be merciful unto us and bless us, and show us the light of his countenance, and be merciful unto us.
That thy way be known upon earth, thy saving health among all nations.
Let the people praise thee, O God. Yea, let all the people praise thee.
O let the rejoice and be glad. Thou shalt judge folks righteously, and govern the nations upon earth.
Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee.
Then shall the earth bring forth her increase, and God, even our own God, shall give us his blessings.
God shall bless us, and all the ends of the world shall fear him. The Lord be with you.
And with thy spirit.
Let us pray. Lord, have mercy upon us.
Christ, have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy upon us. Our Father,
who art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. God, who taught the hearts of your faithful people by sending to them the light of your Holy Spirit, grant us by that same Spirit to have a right judgment in all things, and evermore to rejoice in his holy comfort, through the merits of Jesus Christ our Saviour. Amen. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always. Amen.
Chaplain, I'm sure the House would want to at this point join me in wishing a very happy birthday to Mrs. Paul Wilson today. We turn now to our question paper, and question 1 is in the hands of the Honourable Member for Abbey Castletown, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture if she'll provide an update on her department's plans for mobile phones in its schools.
Thank you. Minister for Education, Sport and Culture to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A centralised mobile phone policy for schools has been developed. This policy went to head teachers and trade unions for consultation on Wednesday the 4th of September. The consultation closed 6 weeks later on Wednesday the 16th of October. The results from that consultation are currently being considered. Once finalised, the department's policy will be made available and will be communicated with parents, carers and students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Isn't this a bit slow in terms of having a consultation when many schools have already begun the process and the department actually spoke about bringing this in at the end of last term? We're actually making no more progress, and the children go back after half term next Monday and we're still no closer. When does the Minister actually expect this change to be in place? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The policy will be in place when it's all finalised, and I can inform the Honourable Member the policy was written during the summer holidays after the department, myself and the political members had determined that this was the policy we wanted to implement. It was issued to head teachers and trade unions, as I said, at the beginning of the term, because teachers generally aren't around during the summer holidays. And that is the normal process before we implement a policy across the department that affects all schools. The plan is to implement the policy during the autumn term as soon as we have assimilated all that feedback. And having had a look at the policy yesterday, there's quite a few suggested tweaks, I suppose, to the wording that we are currently working on. And as soon as that is finalised, it will be implemented, as I said initially, during the autumn term, so after the half term, as soon as it is finalised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given the slow nature of this change, is there any possibility that parents and students will be able to have some input in the process? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The policy is in the final stages. The schools, many of the secondary schools, already have a mobile phone policy in place. This policy, if I just explain, is an off and away. It is for students to have the phone switched off and stored away whilst they're in school during the school day, and it extends to primary schools as well as secondary schools and to staff. And I think in terms of parents will be fully informed with students when the policy is fully implemented. But I think that we are just putting the final stages to the policy now. We've had many bits of feedback, particularly when we undertook the public consultation on the Education Amendment Bill, when the majority of respondents, 55%, thought that mobile phones should be banned throughout the entire school day. Obviously, there are medical exceptions and other things that will be part of that policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And to Mr Collister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the update this morning. If I understand correctly, this is the Department looking to introduce a single policy on mobile phones. Can I ask the Minister if an individual school could opt out if they already have their own policy in place? Thank you.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The policy will underpin the existing policies within the schools. This will hopefully bring consistency across all the Department of Education schools, and the implementation will be a matter for those individual schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister stated that there was 55% people positive for this. Can she say what the number was rather than the percentage? And also, with regards to mobile phones, they have been utilised as a digital tool in schools for many numbers of years. How is she replacing that access to digital online for the students?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were 281 people thought mobile phones should be banned throughout the entire school day. That was 55% of the respondents to the consultation. And I'm sorry, I forgot the second part of the member's question.
A digital learning tool.
Yeah. How are you going to replace the use that a mobile phone was as a digital learning tool?
The policy is aiming to address some of the challenges that are posed by the use of mobile phones and smart devices in schools, such as lesson disruption, bullying, damage to devices and inappropriate use. But there will be other lessons where discussions with students over the appropriate use of technology is obviously part of the regular curriculum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And to Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the 45% who aren't supportive of this, has the Minister any concerns? Also in terms of the looking after of these mobile phones with regard to her stored and away aspect of the policy, will the Department actually be providing extra money to provide secure rooms and also an alternative secured storage units? Because these phones are rather valuable, and to actually have a large number of them in one small area could create new problems in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The policy is that they're off and away. The students, should they have a device, would still have the device with them, but it should be switched off and out of sight. So only, I suppose, if somebody was found using a device, would there be other steps. But hopefully that will be very minimal, given that it's a blanket policy covering all schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Final supplementary, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a school population of near 12,000, and that's parents at minimum 24,000, does she think a return of 281 is the right one to be utilising for a policy without getting further information? But with regards to the policy, is there any changes to how the teachers can use their phones in schools?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number of respondents was to the education legislation, so perhaps isn't a vast number, but I can assure the honourable member that since the policy was announced, I have had a large volume of people contact me, and I have to say it would be 99% in favour of having this policy across all our schools. The tweaks to the policy involving teachers, and we've had their feedback on it. It puts the behaviour that we want to demonstrate across all our schools, and as far as I've heard and learned from various schools that I've visited, it is being very positively received. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Turn to question 2, and I call on the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to ask.
And apologies to Mr Ashford and Mr Speaker, but I just wanted to question whether this question is actually out of order under Key Standing Order 3.4.3, because a question shall not renew or repeat in substance a question already answered in the House or in Tynwald within the preceding 6 months. And this was question 22 on the Tynwald order question paper of the 15th of October, and a dozen or so other questions have been refused from admission to this House of Keys sitting on the basis that they'd already been answered under question 3. Under Standing Order 3.8 of Tynwald Standing Orders. So I, for one, can give all of the times that I've requested for my important question on Kroger to be on this or last week's Standing Order, and I believe my colleagues, Mr Morehouse, Mr Glover and Ms Edge, have also been denied the right to ask their questions.
Well, that's not exactly the case, Mr Thomas. What has happened in this one is that Mr Ashford withdrew his question from Tynwald and resubmitted it in time for the order paper to be answered today, and which is not an experience shared with the group that you mentioned. And I think I'm going to call it at that point. This is about standing order about this question. I appreciate that the members may wish to take up, with regards to Standing Orders Committee, what has happened about the process where we have got here, but in terms of the question that is in front of us for question time this morning, it is in order. Mr Ashford, question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We'll give it another go. I beg to ask the Chair of the Isle of Man Post Office what engagement the Post Office has had with Island businesses in relation to the impact of rising postal costs, and if he will make a statement.
Call on the Chair of the Isle of Man Post Office to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Post Office works directly with its business customers to support them in their aims with appropriate solutions. Our dedicated commercial team seeks to understand and respond to any specific concerns raised. In recent years, customer survey work included a focus on businesses, including research panels, to improve our understanding of how the Post Office should invest its efforts to support the island's businesses. For example, when Royal Mail withdrew its dedicated mail plane, the Post Office put in place an alternative solution to maintain a guaranteed UK-wide next-day delivery service. This was in direct response to customer demand. Additionally, an open dialogue is maintained with the Department for Enterprise Business Agency to best understand how the Post Office can support the Department and businesses in general in the delivery of their strategies. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Question.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. With all that consultation, can I ask the Chairman of the Post Office what feedback there's actually been from businesses, particularly those that are reliant on sending a large number of parcels and packets outside of the island in terms of rising postal costs? Because certainly the feedback I've been getting from quite a lot of companies is that it is now becoming unsustainable and affecting their business models.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I don't have sight of the feedback as such, but I am convinced that the business team at Isle of Man Post Office does engage with people and does take notice of things. I also see often comments on Facebook about the price of post, about the price of everything that we deal with. So I don't know that that's necessarily representative, but the Post Office is wide open to talking to customers if they have a problem.
Mr Ashford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Personally, I don't pay much store to social media, and this certainly isn't from social media. This is actually from businesses approaching me directly and showing me their own figures. Would the Chair of the Post Office accept that actually as prices rise, particularly for businesses, it can actually be self-defeating for the Post Office, because the Post Office complains that the model is becoming unsustainable due to fewer letters sent. But when you have a case like, for instance, I have here of one business that used to send over 1,000 letters annually, who now purely due to cost, not a need to go digital, just purely down to cost, has reduced that to under 100 letters a year, that's actually the Post Office suppressing its own revenue stream.
Chairman, reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I understand the point that the honourable questioner is asking, but I've seen the same question asked of the steam packet, that if the fares were halved, twice as many people would use the service. And I don't know that that's a sustainable business model necessarily. In terms of if there are people using less mail, the honourable member says that that's nothing to do with electronic communication these days. I suspect that it possibly is. And, you know, the Post Office will look at these things. We are faced with increases in costs, increases in staff costs and all the rest of it, and we have to price our products accordingly.
Supplementary question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm surprised this is the first question we've got since the increases in postal stamp prices. When I was the chair, they were constant, so and it's virtually doubled since then. Can the chair advise with regards to delays and disruption and deliveries to business? What you said that you're not really involved in that. Does the board not get a report on what the impact is of delays to our businesses on Ireland and what the impact on the service agreements are?
I will just, before the Chairman replies, remind members that the question is about rising postal costs, not disruption.
I'll answer as best I can, Mr Speaker. The board, and I'm proud to be a member of the board, it's a fantastic board and I learn a lot from them. I think that they are cognizant of the problems. I think that the executive does bring things to the board for discussion. Any concerns that have been raised, we do discuss those kind of things. And try and come up with workable solutions for all concerned.
Mr Collister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the Chairman for his response this morning. Can I ask the Chairman if the board has ever considered about following the lead taken by Guernsey, which offers a local stamp in order to try and reverse the trend of people going digital and start to write letters again? Thank you.
Chairman's reply.
Again, sir, I don't believe that that we're in a position where we're likely to reverse the trend to people going digital. We did have a local stamp up until a few years ago, and that was decided not to be a great idea. Quite why, I don't know. It was before my time at the Post Office. But I think that hoping that we can get people to send letters again is a forlorn hope, I'm afraid.
Mr Ashford, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Just to make sure the record is absolutely straight, I did not state that digital didn't have a reason for the drop in volumes. I gave one specific business example as to a business that has cut back for other reasons. Can I ask the Chair of the Post Office, he mentions about sustainable business models. Well, from the Post Office's own projections, longer term business model isn't sustainable. Is the Chairman aware that actually there are local businesses that have now started UK providers to print and post letters to the Isle of Man instead of actually sending them locally? Because there's now companies in the UK that offer the service for a price of a local stamp, including printing the letter, enveloping and posting it as well. So actually, those companies that used to use the Post Office in-house team are now going to the UK and using that, spending that money in the UK economy, not in our economy. Is that a sustainable business model long term?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am aware of that. I think one of the banks that I use send all their statements from the UK using a UK service. I'm not quite sure how that works, I have to say, because the price of a letter in the Isle of Man that can reach anywhere in the UK is 85 pence. I think the price in the UK has now gone up to 165. So quite how they're able to do that in terms of economies of scale, I don't know. But I can certainly ask the question of the Post Office.
So to question 3, call on the Honourable Member for Amity, Mr Hooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to ask the Chair of Manx Utilities Authority what work is proposed to rectify the surface water issues at Gibbs Park and when it will be undertaken.
Chairman of the Manx Utilities Authority to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. What a pleasure it is for me to answer a question for the first time by this member. Manx Utilities continue to discuss the surface water flooding at Gibbs Park with the developer in order that a satisfactory outcome can be achieved. In the short term, Manx Utilities will be providing a flow control device called a hydro brake from the surface water system, as well as removing the gabion basket from the adjacent ditch. Both activities recommended within the JBA report, as commissioned by the Department of Infrastructure's Flood Risk Management Division. The performance of the system will then be monitored over the winter months, with additional works to be undertaken early in the new year if deemed necessary. Thank you.
Question, Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Chair of the MEWA for that quite positive response. I'm glad to hear that some action is finally, after about 2.5 years, being taken. This is really good news. He mentioned there that the MEWA will be proceeding with installing a hydro brake and removing the gabion. Can you just confirm when that's going to happen? My concern here is concern I've had from local residents about potential surface water issues over the winter months, and having that work done in advance of the winter, before the worst happens, I think will probably be beneficial. Can you just confirm when that work is going to happen?
Chairman's reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the member just mentioned the instalment of the hydro brake. In fact, I said it was the removal of the hydro brake. These details matter, and that's good news. The wastewater infrastructure is not yet adopted, so it remains the responsibility of the developer. And it is because of the MUA exerting pressure on the developer that it is now becoming apparent that there's not enough time for this to happen. We do hold a bond from the developer. That is not necessarily sufficient for us to provide all the remedial works, in which case anybody who's going to donate to us, we will take that money. Maybe the residents of Ramsey will be able to donate to that. There will not be enough held in the bond to do all the remedial works. That is the fact of the matter. Thank you.
Mr. Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's nice to hear that the Chair doesn't have enough funding in his budget to do the work. I mean, that is entirely irrelevant to the question I asked, which is when is the work going to be undertaken. The JBA report that he mentioned actually is quite explicit, where it states that the matters identified have been passed to the Manx Utilities Authority as the statutory body responsible for flooding from the sewer network for resolution. That is, again, a statement of fact from the report that the Chairman himself mentioned. This report is dated back in 2022. So as the Chairman of the, and I quote again, the statutory body with responsibility for dealing with flooding from the sewer network, when is he actually going to do the job that is his to do and undertake this work?
Chairman's reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the next few weeks, to answer the question, the fact of the matter is, as well, the wastewater infrastructure is not yet adopted, so it remains the responsibility of the developer, and that's the fact of the matter. Thank you.
Just wonder if the Chair could confirm then, obviously he's got a bond, what if the developer is no longer around, what's the situation?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, so you've mentioned about the bond and there's not enough money in the bond. What's the situation? You've said that this will be rectified in the next few weeks if the developer is no longer in business.
Chairman's reply.
Well, the developer is still in business, so that won't be a problem. Thank you.
Then to question 4, again, calling on Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Chief Minister how, number one, the risk of failure to achieve financial sustainability, and 2, other financial risks are classified in A, the Manx Care Operating Plan 2023 to 26, the Manx Care Corporate Risk Register, and the Manx Care Board Assurance Framework.
Chief Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In respect of the classifications of financial risks within Manx Care, I would like to address each element of the question. Firstly, with regards to the Manx Care Operating Plan 2023 to 2026, Manx Care acknowledges significant financial pressures, including rising staff costs, high cost placements, digital and system upgrades and compliance obligations. The operating plan explicitly notes the organisation's need for robust financial control measures to ensure the sustainability of health and care services over the long term. It identifies the risk of financial sustainability failure as a key organisational challenge, aligning budget allocation with service delivery to maintain financial balance. Moving to the Manx Care Corporate Risk Register, financial risks are classified into 2 main categories: board level risks, of which the most significant financial risks, such as the failure to achieve long-term financial sustainability, are classified as board level risks due to their strategic importance, and secondly, operational risks, financial risks that affect the day-to-day operational performance, such as rising costs for service delivery, staffing or supply chain disruptions, which are classified as operational risks. Lastly, within the Manx Care Board Assurance Framework, financial sustainability risks are categorised either as board level or operational board level risks, encompassing significant financial challenges that threaten the organisation's ability to deliver its strategic objectives, and operational risks focusing on immediate financial pressures that could affect delivery of services.
Question, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Chief Minister for confirming that financial sustainability is, in fact, identified as a risk in all three of those board-level documents. In Tynwald this month, he told Tynwald that finances were not even a major risk identified by Manx Care Board. I'd like to ask him how he can have said that when he has just confirmed to this House that Manx Care have, in fact, identified financial risks in three of their board-level documents.
Chief Minister.
Well, I think, just to answer the former Health Care Minister, I think what I was referring to was the Kirby audit report, which clearly stated on page 3 of that report that the overall assurance rating within the internal audit report was that there is an unacceptable assurance for both the design and application of financial controls that risks material to the achievement of the organisation's financial objectives are being adequately managed and controlled. So that is the documentation of which I provided very clearly the indication to Tynwald that there was significant work to do and that we had unacceptable assurance about the way these financial risks were being managed.
Mr. Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'd like to thank the Chief Minister for that helpful non-answer. What he actually told Tynwald was finances were not a major risk identified. All of the extra stuff we've heard today is bumf. He actually told Tynwald finances were not even a major risk identified. Quite clearly, that isn't accurate. I'd like to understand more how the Chief Minister felt he could make that statement to Tynwald and then tell this House something entirely different this morning.
It's quite simple. What's written down in the documentation which Manx Care have identified and what was written down in the Kirby Audit Assurance Report fundamentally was at conflict. That report, which came in April 2024, indicated that we did not have proper assurance in these areas. What I told Tynwald was reflective of that report, and clearly there's a lot of work to be done and undertaken to get this issue resolved and to ensure that we have got financial governance and resilience put in place for next year's budget.
So one question, Dr. Hayward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Chief Minister would care to comment, because I believe that Manx Care did write a response to the Kirby report, and I believe that it would be really sensible of him to publish that response so we could see the challenges that they thought, because they obviously didn't agree with all of the Kirby report, and for him to be basing decisions solely on that report without looking at the challenge to it might be mistaken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I can only work off the current position that everybody is aware of. There was a mandate signed by the former minister that was extremely clear in terms of the responsibilities that were allocated and in terms of the responsibilities relating to the increase in the budget of £43,847,565, which included inflationary increases as well as a 2% efficiency target. That mandate told Tynwald and the public that the department considered the objectives of this mandate are achievable when considering the total financial picture, and it also said very clearly at 2.2.3 that Manx Care is responsible for apportioning the revenue budget in order to ensure efficient provision of the mandated services. Mr. Speaker, I'm clear, my colleagues in Council are clear. The position that Manx Care finds itself was not the position that was indicated to us at the beginning of the year. My colleagues were not aware of the contents of this audit report, and the Minister has chosen to walk away. That's fine, we're picking up the pieces, and I'll be absolutely delighted and clear once I've got full clarification, total picture, to ensure that's properly communicated to House of Keys and indeed Tynwald.
So, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll try that question again because it was quite an interesting question, and again an interesting dodging of the response there. So before he placed his entire reliance on this report, and before he chose to circulate it and then rely on it to base his comments, the Tynwald comments, which it turns out are entirely erroneous, did he actually bother to do any checking? Did he ask anybody about the report? Did he talk to Manx Care? Did he talk to the department? Did he talk to members of the department, former members? Did he ask anybody about that report as to whether or not it was actually accurate? Did he bother checking himself whether something as serious as financial risk was not included anywhere in Manx Care's records, when quite clearly they are in publicly available documents that will take about 5 minutes to find with a very quick Google search? Did he check with anybody that that report was accurate before he placed reliance on it in his remarks to Tynwald?
Chief Minister.
Well, what's the point in commissioning a report if you don't actually place some reliance on it? The bottom line is the minister, a former minister, appears to be in denial that Manx Care have a problem when it comes to budgeting in line with the mandate and the operating plan that they are delivering. We cannot afford to carry on paying out to Manx Care, to the health service, monies that simply do not exist, that are unfunded. And there has to be resolution in this area. The Minister can politic as much as he wants. The bottom line is, you know, those of us who are in position now are picking up the responsibility for tackling this issue. We've got to do that collegiately with our colleagues as well. There's a real opportunity to revise the mandate, to look at how the Manx Care Act is working, and to improve, I would suggest, the linkage between the mandate and the operating plan. That's what we need to focus on, not the petty politicking from which the Minister has started and commenced by trying to resign and blame the Council of Ministers for somehow wanting to privatise Manx Care. No, the situation is Manx Care has overspent. We cannot afford to carry on overspending, and we have to get resolution. And it is clear that vast improvements are needed between the way the mandate is delivered, the operating plan is delivered, and the budget is assigned according to the services that are being outlined in the operating plan and the requirements of the mandate.
Bunch of question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just wonder, does the Chief Minister agree with me that the overall governance and financial affairs for Manx Care, some responsibility lies with the DHS under the financial regulations? Does the Chief Minister agree with that? But can he confirm who's going to be accountable going forward for any failures in governance, and how quickly are they going to be corrected?
Chief Minister.
Thank you. It's absolutely clear the responsibility lies with the Minister, with the DHSC. They are the ones who support the budget request to Treasury. They are the ones who distribute the funding to Manx Care and ultimately have to take responsibility as to how that money is used, the way and the governance that is surrounding that use, and obviously responsibility for ensuring that Manx Care are delivering appropriately and properly. So it's absolutely crystal clear. That responsibility lies with the DHSC. It lies with the Minister. Manx Care is an arm's length operating body, but the responsibility for distributing the funds comes from the DHSC.
Supplementary question, Dr Hayward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just a short one. Has the Chief Minister read the Manx Care response to the Kirby report, and has he taken any account of its response? Thank you.
Chief Minister.
Yes, I have seen a response to the Kirby report, and I understand there is a piece of work that's currently being further undertaken in response to that response.
Supplementary, Ms Edge.
Could the Chief Minister just confirm there are some actions that are going to be agreed, so everybody knows how this is going to move forward?
Chief Minister.
Yes, I can confirm that following discussions with Manx Care and with Treasury, additional support has been put in to ensure that the financial capabilities of Manx Care in terms of planning and oversight are both strengthened and improved.
Question 5, calling the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for the Treasury. When the Council of Ministers was first advised of the financial governance review of the Department of Health and Social Care and Manx Care, and on what occasions it was discussed by A, the Council of Ministers, and B, any of its subcommittees?
The Treasury Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question. In his capacity as Minister for the Department of Health and Social Care, the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper, wrote to me in September 2023 outlining the need for additional support for the Department to fulfil its financial oversight functions. As a result, a financial governance review was commissioned jointly by the Department for Health and Social Care and Treasury. As the review was commissioned for the Department of Health and Social Care, the report was provided to them for consideration and to inform on what further type of support would be needed. As the report was produced for the benefit of the Department, there is no minuted record of this report being discussed with the Council of Ministers. However, the Honourable Member may recall reiterating the concerns he raised in his letter to me of September 23 at a Council of Ministers workshop in December 2023. At a Council of Ministers workshop on the 26th of September 2024, Manx Care's financial position and governance was discussed, but there is no record of the report on the financial governance review having been mentioned. The Council of Ministers subcommittees' written records have been checked, and there is no record of a financial governance review having been discussed with regard to the Department of Health and Social Care or Manx Care. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr Hooper, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's quite an interesting response because I have copies of documentation that actually show it was discussed. For example, at the, the Economic and National Strategy Board in September, submitted by the Treasury. It's quite an interesting response to say there is no written records when I seem to have copies of them, bizarrely. Anyway, the Minister mentioned in September 2023 a letter was sent from me to him highlighting concerns around the financial governance in Manx Care and asking for additional support. Can the Treasury Minister confirm the Chief Minister was copied into that letter, and so it is entirely incorrect of him to have stated he wasn't aware that any of this was going on?
Treasury Minister, reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the letter that was received by me on the 8th of September 2023, the request really was for a Director of Finance to provide expert, robust challenge and scrutiny as part of the executive team of the department. The Honourable Member is quite right that was copied into the Chief Minister. And in response to that, an independent report was carried out to actually look at where the significant issues were in terms of financial reporting and the supply of prompt and accurate financial information to the department so that they could scrutinise the performance of Manx Care. And I'm grateful to the Chief Minister for circulating that report to all honourable members. Thank you.
Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Was the Chief Minister copied in the response that was sent to Minister Hooper? That's quite important. And can the Minister advise whether it's normal for such fundamental issues to be kept from the Council of Ministers and the Chief Minister?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Certainly the letter from the then Minister for Health and Social Care was acknowledged by my office. Work was then done at officer level to provide the report. Again, as I've outlined in my original answer, this was an internal report looking at the financial governance of Manx Care and how improvements could be made to improve both the quality and speed of flow of financial information to the Department for Health and Social Care. And so it was very much an internal document carried out to address the concerns of the then Minister, working between Treasury and the Department of Health and Social Care, and in fact Manx Care, to improve the overall financial reporting. Thank you.
Question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The letters that were circulated by the Minister last week with regards to correspondence with the previous Health Minister, in one of them it stated that Treasury would be minded to support, give additional financial support to the Minister at that point in time. Had that been agreed and put through Council before that letter was sent?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, that support was certainly offered. It wouldn't be usual for us to go to the Council of Ministers in terms of a relatively small amount of money or resource, or in fact redirecting existing resource into a department to help them with the financial planning and financial governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to that financial management then, is that where's this magic pot of money that you can find to help resource certain amounts of money without it going through any process, including our honourable colleagues in here?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, in terms of reacting to a direct request from a minister of whatever department, if they are running into problems in terms of financial governance and want extra resources or extra support by Treasury, that is often provided. That can be done in-house sometimes by reallocation of staff or reallocation of other officers, or sometimes it's been done by internal or external review by a range of different organisations, and those monies will often come from contingency funding within Treasury to help make sure that financial governance right across the public sector is as good as possible. Thank you.
Turn to question 6 for the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to ask the Minister for Justice and Home Affairs what consideration has been given to the use of compulsory photographic ID and facial recognition software for travel at entry and exit points to the island.
For the Minister for Justice and Home Affairs to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Honourable members will be aware that the Department of Home Affairs recently published the Securing Our Island strategy, which sets out the 3 strategic aims of prevent, protect and pursue, driving the approach to make our island's entry points more secure. The strategy contains 4 policy principles agreed by the Council of Ministers in relation to securing our island. One of these principles is to ensure that our island's entry processes will be efficient, fair and proportionate, ensuring the efficient movement of people and goods while taking a proportionate risk-based approach to security. This strategy sets out an action to provide a policy and legislative basis for the use of technology to help identify terrorists, criminals and vehicles used for criminal purposes. Work is already underway between the Department, the Constabulary and the Attorney General's Chambers to develop primary legislation around facial recognition. These provisions are expected to feature in the Regulation of Surveillance Amendment Bill that we aim to bring forward in this parliamentary session following public consultation. As part of this work, the Department is committed to ensuring that we respect the human rights and dignity of all individuals. In deploying facial recognition at our island's entry points, this will enhance our ability to detect and apprehend criminals and terrorists effectively. By ensuring a law enforcement presence for all our main air and sea arrivals, we will improve security and increase public confidence. Part of this work will also include consideration of facial recognition for those leaving the island. In terms of photographic identification, the Department's preferred approach for entry by sea is to work with the Steam Packet Company to identify an efficient way to verify identity before travel. We are engaged with the Steam Packet Company on this matter. We are currently considering the most appropriate way to require ID for air travel, given that many passengers already are required to provide ID dependent on the carrier and its policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ashford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And maybe it's now I'm getting a bit older, but I tend to get more cynical in nature, it seems, as the years go by. Can I ask the Minister, there's been many strategies over the years, all saying pretty much the same thing, but there's very little that's actually moved forward. So when the Minister says in relation to the legislation to allow facial recognition software, and she says in this session, by session does she mean in this parliamentary year, or does she mean the life of this Parliament, which expires, of course, in September 26?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the department plan that we debated in Tynwald Court immediately to hand, but my intention would be that we can try and bring forward that particular bill in this parliamentary year. There is drafting work very much underway, but for obvious reasons the bill will have to go out to public consultation before we can progress it through the branches of Tynwald.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister advise whether the use of compulsory photographic ID means that the Isle of Man might be the first country or place in these parts that introduces a national ID system with a photograph on it? Is that what's meant for people? You know, if you want to come on and off the island, you have to have this national photographic ID. If you don't have something else that's acceptable. And secondly, can the Minister advise whether anywhere else inside the Common Travel Area actually has this requirement?
Minister Trebai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think this is why this area is so important to have proper consultation around, and why we will work with the Steam Packet. Obviously, the Department is mindful that the island is part of the Common Travel Area, and there are a number of obligations, if you like, around our ability to move individuals and goods, and that is why I think as we draw up a proportionate and risk-based approach to enhancing security at our ports, our entry ports, I do think we have to take account of a number of not only obligations but also practicalities, and I think this work is very important that there's full engagement with honourable members of this House and the wider public, because the aim is still to enable people to move freely and properly whilst having a proportionate and risk-based approach to apprehending criminals and those who would seek to cause harm to the island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ashford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the free movement within the Common Travel Area is very important. But just to point out, Mr. Speaker, of course, there are already forms of travel where ID has to be shown that do not breach the movement within the Common Travel Area. When the Minister talks about working with the Steam Packet, can I ask the Minister to confirm, does that mean someone having to show ID at the point of buying a ticket? Because if that is all that's being considered, that won't address one of the fundamental problems, which is if they don't have to show ID while boarding the boat, you could still have the ticket passed to someone else who could then enter the island under someone else's ID. So what is being worked on with the Steam Packet?
Minister Trebai.
Thank you very much. I think the Honourable Member raises a number of very sensible points regarding the fact that people do already show ID within the common travel area for a number of reasons. I think the practicalities of this are, whilst there are passenger manifests at the moment, we know that anybody can put any name down when they book a ticket, and indeed at the government conference the point was made, and I think well understood, that people can arrive and pay in cash and use a false name to board the ferry. So I think there's a good reason for verified passenger manifest information, not only from a criminal perspective or detection of criminality, but a recent emergency planning exercise highlighted the challenge that if you were rescuing passengers at sea without a verified passenger manifest, you would struggle actually to identify passengers and victims. So there are a number of good reasons, I think, why verified passenger manifest data is important, and that goes to the point of ID at the point of booking. In terms of overcoming the challenge of using passing travel documentation, that would also be a relevant factor, but that's why we were working with the Steam Packet, because we recognise that the solutions to these things have to be pragmatic and proportionate, and I think it is preferable to engage with the Steam Packet practically around this and what solutions may be available, as opposed to rushing to impose a regime that may not fulfil our requirements in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, sorry, I apologise to the Minister for my cynical nature, but how long are those conversations expected to take place for? As we know from, like I say, previous comments over the many decades in this House, conversations can go on and on and on.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you know, the Tynwald does have at its fingertips the ability to legislate in this space if that were deemed necessary. So, but my preferred intention is that we have full engagement and work to a solution which may actually need to be underpinned by legislative change as well. But I don't have a time scale, but the Securing Our Island strategy is absolutely a priority in this year's island plan, so we are continuing to progress that work, and I will endeavour to keep honourable members updated with our progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard lots from the Minister with regards to the Steam Packet and manifests. What about pleasure craft? What about small light aircraft? What about jet skis?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the Securing Our Island strategy does acknowledge that our smaller entry points, private aircraft and so on, these are all areas that are also part of the strategy and part of the work streams.
Turn to question 7, calling the Honourable Member for Hampton, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for the Cabinet Office, when the Homelessness Strategy funding approved in Tynwald in December 2023 was presented to the Council of Ministers for sign-off, what the reason for the delay was and what the impact was of this delay.
On the Minister for the Cabinet Office to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will try and answer this question as far as I can, noting and perhaps advising honourable members that I am not, of course, a member of the Housing Communities Board, which, of course, the honourable questioner was. And it is that important board which has, of course, produced the homelessness strategy. That said, Mr. Speaker, the homelessness strategy and the work of the Housing Communities Board on this important social issue has my full support, along with the rest of Council of Ministers. The board, led by Mr. Ashford and Mrs. Corlett, and working with key departments such as the Department for Infrastructure and the DHSC, is doing vital work. The homelessness strategy approved at the December 2023 sitting of Tynwald is rightly a product of and a matter for the Housing and Communities Board and the Council of Ministers. The related Housing and Communities Fund is primarily a resource for that board. These are not within my areas of remit or general authority in a ministerial capacity. When Tynwald approved the homelessness strategy in December 2023, it did not approve funding through a financial motion, as is perhaps suggested in the question. The strategy did, though, include a costed action and implementation plan marked in the strategy before the Honourable Court as being subject to Treasury approval for use of the Housing Communities Board Fund for this purpose. As officers from Cabinet Office supporting the Housing and Communities Board in a secretariat and policy work capacity, they took on the work to progress formal funding for the strategy. I am advised, Mr Speaker, that a Treasury Board paper was produced and submitted on the 3rd of April, which was considered at a meeting on the 24th of April 2024 on the funding for the strategy. At that meeting, Treasury approved the funding subject to ministerial approval from myself on the basis that Cabinet Office officials had centrally worked on the funding bid on behalf of the Board. Treasury advised that this is required by financial regulations, even in this instance, where the funding was to be allocated by the Housing and Communities Board through their dedicated fund. This then put me in a position in May of this year of being approached to give formal approval to expenditure in which I, in fact, have no visibility of the details or the role, even though officers in my department were trying to draw money from the fund on behalf of other agencies like Manx Care for the homelessness strategy in this instance. In governance terms, it is of course appropriate for the Minister to be fully cited on or familiar with the matter requiring authorisation for expenditure. So, Mr Speaker, following further discussions between officials and recognising that the homelessness strategy is a cross-government initiative with no single minister having overall responsibility, the Treasury Minister on the 24th of June agreed an exemption from the requirements of Financial Practice Note B.04, which sets aside the requirement that all bids should have signed approval from the relevant minister. Council of Ministers then formally approved the funding committed by the Housing Communities Board from its fund on the 27th of June 2024, as required by the terms of reference for the fund. With regard to impact, I have been advised that there was no significant impact to the service provision whilst a route through the funding governance was being navigated. I am grateful to the Treasury, Mr Speaker, for committing to revisit the terms of reference for funds such as this, and to the Treasury Minister for finding a route to address this issue and approve the expenditure. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for that quite long and detailed answer. So it seems then that, to summarise, the paper that came to Tynwald in December had quite a detailed funding plan attached. It wasn't actually submitted by the Cabinet Office to the Treasury until the 3rd of April. It then took a further month before that found its way back to the Minister's desk for her signature, and then a further month and a half for her not to sign it but to send it to Treasury and ask for an exemption. Can the Minister perhaps advise what was different between the document that was laid in front of Tynwald and the document that was eventually approved by the Treasury, the document that she had concerns about that she didn't want to sign because she didn't have enough information? Can she just perhaps explain a little bit more as to what more detail was in that final document that wasn't presented to Tynwald 6 months before?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, as the Honourable Questioner knows, the homelessness strategy is there as an overarching strategy. It didn't have a financial motion attached. It, obviously, with any funding bid that comes forward for specifics that are involved in, making the, exact arrangements for matters, there will be a lot more detail in terms of practicalities. I don't think it's correct, Mr Speaker, that you take broad strategy documents and expect you would certainly want more detail in a funding bid that's being signed off for expenditure. The point is, though, is that it was always known that there was going to be support for this funding because it had gone through approvals from the Housing and Communities Board. It is really about attending to a governance matter, but I'm sure the Honourable Questioner would understand that if you're asked to sign something off in detail, well, you would want to be in the position of having the confidence that it was all exactly in order. The fact of the matter is it hasn't made a significant difference because it was known at an officer level and through all the relevant agencies involved in the strategy that funding was coming. So this has really just been a governance and approval route point. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Supplementary question, Mr Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Would the Minister like to confirm then, having given that exposition of 10 months of bureaucracy, that Mr Robertshaw and other people who've said that government is incredibly siloed and bureaucratic was actually right? How can it be that 10 months were taken for a decision to be made on spending, $75,000 on dealing with homelessness? Secondly, can the Minister also confirm that it's not always been the case that things that were approved in the Housing and Communities Board were subsequently approved by ministers to make an application to Treasury to approve, to go back to Council of Ministers? So, for instance, Housing and Communities Board 2 years ago approved a response to the Empty Houses Initiative, the Empty Homes Initiative, and that was overruled by ministers after the Housing and Communities Board had approved it.
ministers to respond. This is about the homeless strategy funding approved the homeless strategy approved in Tynwald in December 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Exactly on that point, it hasn't taken 12 months or that length of time that the Honourable Questioner has indicated. Mr. Speaker, I'm not in a position to answer in greater detail on behalf of the board. I've set out the steps and I've explained what has happened in that particular instance. And I actually think the Housing and Communities Board has been a really good example of different parts of government and agencies working together to try and address the issues. It will raise other questions though actually around if you've got a dedicated fund, then actually there should be the clearest and the quickest route to have that approved by the people who are actually directly involved in that. And I think that in this instance a way forward was found on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Minister would circulate and publish both documents that are talked about this morning and also the business cases that she actually did end up signing, but I'm hearing why nothing gets done because it's been going round and round.
Minister to reply.
Mr. Speaker, the processes have been explained in my answer to the question today. I think that is sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Hooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it's just the same question my honourable friend has just asked. The Minister said in her answer there was lots more detail in the paper that came to Council versus the paper that was presented to Tynwald. I would just be grateful if she could publish that paper with that lots more detail in it, because my recollection is the two papers were in fact identical, and so I would just like to better understand really of when the Minister says there was lots more detail in that second paper that took 6 months, Mr Thomas, not 10, but yeah, I can appreciate the frustration. So just would really appreciate some clarity if the Minister could perhaps publish that Comin document that had all this extra detail in, that was why it was delayed by 6 months, whereas actually it's something that had been approved by Tynwald in the December. Probably shouldn't have taken 6 more months for it to get through a funding approval process.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the former Minister and others are much more close up to this matter than I have been. If it was such an issue, then I'd be very surprised that it hasn't actually been raised sooner. I'm not on the board, Mr. Speaker. It's not been my role to be leading on this, advocating for it. I've made the points about the need to make sure that there are governance processes. The Honourable Member, the questioner, is referring to the published homelessness strategy. Anybody who's been in a government role will know full well that actually when it comes to signing something which is asking for specific finances to be applied, expenditure, it will always include much more than what is set out at a high-level strategy that Tynwald has approved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Straightforward answer, please, from the Minister. Will you publish the papers, the Treasury papers, and anything with financial detail on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've explained already this is not something that is within my remit or authority. Thank you.
Turn to question 8. I call on the Honourable Member for Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture how many places are available in registered childcare premises?
I call on the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are currently 1,875 spaces available in registered childcare premises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response, in September, the Minister published a news release saying that 1,300 families had taken up places and there was an additional 600 since the revised funding. When a calculation is done on that, it's over £5.4 million. Can the Minister say where the money came from to be able to support those 1,300?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government in the last budget approved additional funding to go into supporting the childcare credits, and that includes now 2 to 3 year olds as well as 3 to 4 year olds. And the places in the nurseries, we have 48 nurseries providing 1,582 places. I'm not sure the point that the Honourable Members are driving at. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you stated in your original answer 1,875 spaces. You've now just said there's 1,582 places. The budget that was allocated towards the additional childcare was 3 million, but the actual cost of supporting 1,300 parents with only one child is 5.4 million and above. So where's the additional funding come from?
Minister's reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Childcare Credit Awards for 2024-25 issued so far for those in age 3 in the year before their preschool year is 630 children. Those aged 4 in their preschool year is 684 children. That's a total of 1,314 children who are accessing the childcare credits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question 9, I call on the Honourable Member for Morecambe Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture if she will make a statement on the agreement with Chester University, which has recently been announced.
I call on the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for the opportunity to provide a statement for Honourable Members on the renewed partnership between the University College Isle of Man, UCM, and the University of Chester, further to the announcement made on Friday, the 11th October. The agreement marks a key milestone in our commitment to strengthening higher education on the island, ensuring that our learners have access to the highest quality education and are better equipped to meet the evolving needs of our economy and society. The partnership will continue to offer students on the Isle of Man the opportunity to study at a higher level. By collaborating with the University of Chester, we are continuing to ensure that our students can access a broad range of courses, qualifications and academic support right here on the island. Providing higher education locally is not just about convenience, it supports the government's strategy to encourage lifelong learning and fosters the development of skills that meet the needs of our community. With this refreshed partnership, students can continue to complete their studies on island. The master's level course, available through the work-based framework, also provides a pathway for returning Manx graduates to extend their studies further while working. The agreement opens the door to further collaboration in curriculum development, joint research opportunities and shared expertise in teaching. It also enables UCM staff to participate in professional development alongside their professional peers at the University of Chester, ensuring our lecturers stay current with the latest advancements. I would like to extend my gratitude to both UCM and the University of Chester for their efforts in strengthening this partnership. The partnership will bring long-term benefits to our students, our workforce and our community. It demonstrates our commitment to investing in education and securing a bright future for the Isle of Man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On to a question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for that response. You started with a renewed partnership. So can the Minister confirm that this was not a fully tendered process? It's for a 6-year period. And what process did take place? And can she also confirm that there is no exclusivity in the contract, that there is no exclusivity clause for Chester University?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over 25 years now, UCM has been associated with the University of Chester, which awards its degrees to students who study on the island. And the 10-year extension clause was in the previous contract. This allowed the contract to be extended by mutual agreement between UCM and the University of Chester. The contract will end in 2030. Towards the end of that contract, the department would need to go out for procurement. The Honourable Member also asked about the changes regarding the exclusivity clause. There were numerous technical changes to the agreements excuse me, with the University of Chester. These include the exclusivity clause being amended, greater opportunities for UCM staff to access professional development, including a 25% reduction in charges for accredited awards. Modules rather than whole courses can now be approved. A minimum number of on-island support days by the University of Chester has been agreed. And I think, just to be completely clear, should clarify that under the previous agreement, UCM could not in practice develop or deliver degrees. With the revised agreement, UCM is not prevented from developing and delivering higher education programmes in collaboration with other awarding bodies or organisations for courses or subjects not offered by the University of Chester. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I'm conscious that there is demand for further supplementaries on this. However, the hour for questions is now up. Mr. Pallister?
Mr. Speaker, according to standing orders, can I propose that we take this question to its conclusion and then all remaining questions are put at the end of the order paper, given all the business.
Question now
and then the remaining questions are put to the end of the order paper. Thank you.
Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second this.
I put the question then that we complete consideration of question 9 now, and the remainder of the questions on the order paper at the conclusion of the order paper. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next supplementary question number 9 is Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Congratulate the University College of Chester and University College of the Isle of Man for working together for so long. Back in the early days of that relationship, from memory, the University of Liverpool had its marine lab at Port Erin. It had its Centre for Manx Studies in Douglas. The Open University had an active branch in the island. Liverpool John Moores was franchising degrees. City of London Poly, by then London Guildhall University, was franchising degrees on the island. Can the Minister confirm that other professional and higher education institutions are welcome in our island?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware of any, no. But in terms of the procurement, at the end of the period that's now under contract with the University of Chester in 2030, there would be a procurement exercise. In the meantime, if there are any degrees that are not part of the University of Chester offering, then they can be negotiated with other organisations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister said that there has been amendments to the exclusivity clause. Would the Minister elaborate a little bit more on that? Has that opened it up to the question that you've just received from my honourable colleague from Douglas Central for other organisations to be welcome in our island? And also with regards to the 10-year contract that will only be renewed and fully tendered in 2030. So is the Minister saying that the renewed partnership is part of the contract that started in 2020?
Yes, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, under the previous partnership, UCM could not, in practice, develop or deliver the degrees, but with the revised agreement, UCM is not prevented from delivering higher education programmes in collaboration with other awarding bodies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Just very brief. I think the Minister misheard my question. So I think the Minister would want to confirm that other people are welcome in the island. It's just she's not aware of any other people currently availing themselves of our welcome.
Yes, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware of any on the island. And should the bodies be working through UCM to deliver other degree level programmes, that would be only if they weren't available to be offered through the University of Chester and delivered by UCM. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Final supplementary, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister's just confirmed my question that it's only UCM outside of Chester University that can offer any higher education degree awarding status from the island. Can the Minister confirm that is what she means by her statement on that exclusivity clause? And with regards to anything that's lower than the degree level, can she confirm that we are open as an island to encourage people to... We've got lots of businesses already providing qualifications not at degree level, but can the Minister confirm that with this renewed partnership that we have taken into consideration the impacts of AI and that university and education will be changing before 2030 when it's due for full contract renewal?
Yes, to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't have a crystal ball, and I completely support the view that the honourable member that yes, of course, education will change we can't possibly predict how it is. And I'm sure that UCM, in partnership with the University of Chester, will be responsive to that in developing other courses that they put on. And yes, indeed, there are many other professional organisations who offer the deliver training courses on the Isle of Man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At that point, we pause consideration of the paper and we move to item 2 on our order paper, motion of no confidence. And I call on the Honourable Member for Arbury Castletown and Lou, Mr. Glover, to move.
Gurumai Lorder, I promise you it brings me zero pleasure to bring this motion here today. Like many honourable members in here, it's certainly not been the healthiest past week with sleepless nights and increased anxiety. However, someone had to have the courage of their convictions and bring this motion forward. It's been discussed for well over a year on the backbenchers, and there's an ever-increasing public dissatisfaction with the direction of travel of this administration. We have been drowning in consultations rather than actions. Lord, and many have asked why I didn't bring forward a motion of no confidence in the Council of Ministers as per the provisions in the Council of Ministers Act 1990. I believe there are ministers in this administration who are doing a good job and working very hard. The problem to me is in the centre of government, hence the framing of this motion. The lack of political leadership on the suicide prevention strategy being just one example of this, and we've heard further with question 7 on the order paper today. I haven't really actively sought a seconder for this motion, as I wanted members to seize the moment and have the courage of their convictions and be brave. We're all representatives of the people, so the challenge is to speak on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, destabilising as the past week has been, this administration can hardly claim to have been stable. The Chief Minister seems to have the attitude of my way or the highway. We've seen musical chairs in the Council of Ministers with many sackings and resignations from the table in the past 3 years. There are now 5 former ministers on the backbenchers. One of the top qualities of a leader is to bring people with you, and I am not seeing that here. Lord, there's a style of leadership. I was flabbergasted by the outburst in another place following the resignation of the Health Minister earlier this month. The Honourable Member for Ramsey was away on parliamentary business. His choice, the Chief Minister said, as he rounded on what he had said on his departure. Mr. Hooper wasn't here to defend himself, which I and many other members found shocking. It certainly wasn't statesmanlike behaviour. The irony was the Chief Minister was absent from the sitting the very next day, again on official business with the royal visit. Now, both these situations are either right or wrong. It can't be a mix. Mr. Speaker, I want to move to the way this administration has handled policy decisions. We've agreed as a Parliament the high-level strategy via the Island Plan and economic strategy with a few dissenting voices. But some of the detail has been brought forward without parliamentary sign-off. An example of this is the major project proposed at Erie Staine for the wind farm. 2 former Chief Ministers have mentioned to me that this should have come forward for debate and shouldn't have been just a Council of Ministers decision under the guise of, well, you approved the high-level plan. The whole structure of our government needs reform for us to build trust and confidence again, and in a much bigger way than this current administration is doing, but that is for another day. The way this administration has acted just builds the public perception of, as Peter Caron put it many times, a one-party state rather than a democracy. Mr. Speaker, we're all here as representatives of the people in our constituencies and for the people of our beloved island. They will always come first for me. I believe in renewables, but the way people in the immediate surrounds of the proposed onshore wind farm have been treated has, in my view, been a disgrace.
Rubbish.
Their world has been turned upside down, their health has been compromised, they see an improper process taking place just to meet a date and goal in the Ireland Plan. A done deal, and you do not matter. You are just collateral damage.
Rubbish.
Have we learned nothing from the Rosalind Ransom case? And there's the lack of transparency. We can't even see the agenda and minutes of the Energy Policy Board. There is now too much government behind closed doors, and that needs to change. There's too much government taking place in secret. Mr. Speaker, I don't recall anyone having grown the island population as a major objective in their manifesto at the last election. We did have sort out what we have, and that's where our focus should be, a laser-like focus on growing our economy, fixing the health service, but sticking to the principle of free at the point of entry. Repairing our roads, more affordable housing and social housing. If we start getting back to these basics as the real priorities, then people will want to come to our island and stay naturally. Everything costs money. I'm sure people will speak today saying, well, how are you going to be able to pay for all of this? There are plenty of good ideas on the backbenches. Some have been mentioned before but ignored. Speak to us, work as a collective. The wrong signal was sent out with the 2p tax increase, which is hitting lower and middle income earners hard and taking spend out of the economy. Mr. Speaker, people will say it's easy just to lob hand grenades from the backbenches. It's far harder in power, and they are right in many ways. But there has to be scrutiny and accountability in any worthwhile democracy. Nobody in this House is here to not try and make our island stronger and better. We just have to agree the way in which we do it, and I don't believe we're on the right path currently or under the right stewardship. Mr. Speaker, in the last 10 days, I've been dealing with a major business wanting to relocate to the Airport Technology Gateway, but having immigration visa problems for workers. There was a real possibility this business would not come here, but thankfully things are now sorted. And I want to thank the Treasury and Enterprise Ministers for their efforts in sorting out the issues here. I've been trying to help a family of 6 who have been made homeless. I've been trying to help a constituent who wants to be transferred to another house to escape family abuse. I've brought into the spotlight the incomplete Meadows housing estate in Castletown for residents who have moved in. I visited all the houses in this estate over the summer and autumn months, providing my details. Been dealing with a whistleblower shattered and diagnosed with post-traumatic stress syndrome. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and I'm sure every member in this House is dealing with very similar problems daily. These are the real issues out there that need addressing. This is the reality of our island currently, and I believe we can and must do better. It's time for a reset. I want to thank the many people who have made contact in the past week, the vast majority thanking me for bringing this motion. I heard about staff morale in the public service being as low as many can remember. I was told about a gagging order for staff working for Manx Care not to talk to the media or indeed their own MHKs. Culture change, I suggest, starts at the top. Mr. Speaker, many members in here are wrestling with the question, if this motion is successful, what comes next? Unfortunately, with the system that we have, the simple answer is we don't know. I'll be honest, some are concerned about Dr. Allinson getting the top job. Others are equally concerned about Mr. Thomas holding the reins of power. Please put aside those concerns. This motion is about the here and now. All of us have control of what could come next. Some members are waiting to see how the current Chief Minister reacts to this motion today before voting, the tone especially. If it's unsuccessful, I hope we get a different style, more conciliatory, less cutthroat and more inclusive, and I will support that. It's time to show backbone, to represent your constituents and the people of this wonderful island and make the change so sorely needed. This vote should be open and transparent and not held in secret. Now is the time. I beg to move.
Call the Honourable Member for Douglas Central, Mr Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to second reserve my remarks.
Call the Honourable Member for Falkirk, Mr Collister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would just like to thank my honourable colleague for his opening remarks. It is truly disheartening that we find ourselves at this crossroads here today, particularly when there are so many other pressing issues that should unite the collective focus of all honourable members in this House. Instead, our attention is once again turned inward, overshadowed by infighting, arguments, point scoring, and a tendency to undermine each other at every opportunity. And the public outside is acutely aware of this. Over the past couple of years, there have been murmurs of discontent amongst backbench members, as well as from ministers who have stepped down from Council of Ministers for various reasons. And I have more reason than most in this House to press the green button at the end of this debate here today, especially given the anguish and the hurt that the Chief Minister inflicted upon my family and my friends and myself personally during 2022 and 23. Mr Speaker, in the past 7 years, I've sat in this chamber directly across from my colleague, from Mr Cannon, the Honourable Member for Ayr and Michael. And on a number of occasions over the past 2 years, I have longed for just one opportunity, like the one being presented today, to be able to remove the current Chief Minister from office. However, I have consistently sought to maintain a fair, open and honest approach amongst politics. And for that reason, I must express my serious concerns in respect of the motion being tabled by my colleague from Arbury, Castletown and Malone, Mr Glover. The motion on the order paper here today isn't right or justified, and I will explain the reason why. Firstly, the motion on the order paper casts a spotlight on the role of the Chief Minister, as well as my colleague Mr Cannon personally, rather than addressing the overall poor performance of the Council of Ministers at times, and on the individual performance of some ministers over the past 3 years. I also believe it is vitally important that we pause just for a moment to reflect on the political environment and the numerous challenges we have encountered over the past 3 years. Since October 2021, we have witnessed significant global economic pressures impacting businesses, government services, and household budgets alike. Let us also take a moment to recall that when the Chief Minister and the Council of Ministers were first appointed in October 2021, our collective energy and focus as a group of elected members were directed toward economic recovery, protecting jobs, securing investment, and providing ongoing support for essential businesses and our local community. It can be difficult at times to remember the extent of the economic and social damage caused by COVID-19. However, as an island, we have recovered better than many other comparable jurisdictions. We also have to face the additional challenges following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, which had far-reaching effects on food prices and the supply of various crops and products reaching the UK and here in the Isle of Man. This conflict also significantly impacted the price of natural gas in Europe, leading to an increase of 7 or 8 times the normal price within a short period over the 2 last winters. And the increase in the price of natural gas also affected domestic and business electricity tariffs here on the island. Even today, we currently are experiencing an ongoing crisis in the Middle East, which is further influencing global supply chains, inflation, and economic confidence. Mr. Speaker, none of us here today can predict how this situation will resolve or the extent of economic damage that may follow should tensions in the Middle East escalate further. Governments across the world have grappled with these same challenges over the past 4 years. And as elected members in this House, we are acutely aware of the considerable pressure being felt by businesses throughout the island at this time. More importantly, our constituents are telling us that they too are facing significant financial pressure at the moment, and I get that message very clearly. The political landscape across the UK and the Channel Islands have also undergone significant changes over the past 4 or 5 years. Our colleagues in Jersey and Guernsey have recently appointed new chief ministers. And in Westminster, the UK has seen a change in Prime Minister no fewer than 4 times since 2019. The potential change of Chief Minister here in the Isle of Man will undoubtedly bring joy to some and frustration to others. However, I genuinely believe the majority of island residents want us, as honourable members of this House, to focus on the responsibilities for which we're elected and to serve the best interests of the people of this island. Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege and honour of serving in what can only be described as 2 remarkably different administrations since 2016. Unfortunately, this current administration has been plagued by internal conflicts, personal disputes, and a focus on individual projects and agendas, rather than concentrating all of our efforts on policies that will actually bring about meaningful change for the people of this island. As we look ahead to the next 2 years before the next House of Keys general election in 2026, it is imperative that we find a way forward and we start to focus on policies rather than personalities. Mr. Speaker, I have given careful consideration to the wording of the motion on the order paper regarding the vote of no confidence in the Chief Minister. And more importantly, I have examined the language used. And when I think about this, the clearer my conclusions become. What is my colleague from Arbury, Castletown and Malou, Mr. Glover, actually seeking to achieve by tabling this motion here today? If Mr. Glover's intention was to grab a quick media headline, well, he has certainly succeeded in that over the past week. However, he must also recognise that our actions in this chamber have ramifications that extend far beyond our corridors of this Parliament, or the corridors of this Parliament. It has an impact on our constituents, on inward investment, and the ability to attract core skills and those professionals that we need here on the island to succeed, all for the sake of a 5-minute media headline. Mr. Speaker, I say that only because this motion is non-statutory and therefore non-binding. Even if the motion receives 13 votes from this House here today, there is no obligation for the Chief Minister to resign. Therefore, we must seriously question the motive behind the original motion on the order paper. And you have to also question why my colleague from Arbury, Castletown and Malou, Mr. Glover, tabling the motion, has tabled a motion that is non-binding motion, aimed personally at the Chief Minister, instead of actually tabling a formal motion against the Council of Ministers in accordance with Section 2(3)(b) of the Council of Ministers Act 1990, which states the Chief Minister shall hold office until a sitting of the House of Keys, at which time a resolution is passed by affirmative vote of at least 13 members of the House of Keys, stating it has no confidence in the Council of Ministers. Again, this motion appears to be focused on personalities and not policies. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of today's debate is whether we have confidence in the current Chief Minister and whether he possesses the leadership style and judgment necessary to guide the islands over the next 2 years. To help answer that question, I did revisit Mr. Cannon's Chief Minister manifesto from his 2021 election. In that document, he says that, contrary to popular belief, the Chief Minister of the Isle of Man is not an autocratic position, but one that relies on a collective of individuals brought together in the form of both Tynwald and the Council of Ministers to deliver a better future for our island. He also mentioned the role of the Chief Minister is to provide clear leadership in order to bring out the best in the Council of Ministers and to fulfil the priorities determined by Tynwald. These are two very powerful statements that clearly convey and set out the intention of my colleague from Aaron Michael back in 2021. However, I do feel that the Chief Minister of the Isle of Man However, I do feel that as the Chief Minister of the Isle of Man, he has seriously let down by several ministers over the past 3 years. He has also failed to grasp the nettle on a number of occasions when change in personalities within the Council of Ministers' makeup was most needed to help reset, refocus and rebuild confidence that the public, investors and businesses urgently sought. Even today, some of his ministers seem unable to effectively manage their departments and portfolios, failing to address significant issues in finance, infrastructure, connectivity, immigration, healthcare, transport, and other pressing issues facing this island. If the Chief Minister cannot swiftly address these concerns, then we may find ourselves back here early next year, where a motion of no confidence in the Council of Ministers collectively could be more successful. The current Chief Minister, Mr. Cannon, also pledged to ensure that all political voices and opinions would be heard and treated with respect, even in disagreement. Unfortunately, I don't believe he has fulfilled that promise over the past 3 years either. Several of my colleagues would argue that the Chief Minister has failed to listen to all honourable members and has not made sufficient efforts to unite this House collectively to deliver an effective plan for the island. At times, the Chief Minister, along with his closest political and administrative advisers, have been reluctant to confront reality or implement the necessary changes in a timely manner. That said, I don't believe all the responsibility should be placed on the shoulders of the Chief Minister or even the Council of Ministers. Every honourable member in this House should reflect on their own contributions over the past 3 years, as I'm not entirely convinced that we're doing enough individually to help address the significant challenges our island is facing. Although our Parliament may be small, strong leadership is essential quality for any Chief Minister of the Isle of Man. It is crucial not only for navigating the challenges we encounter today, but also for those that lie ahead tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, do I believe my colleague from Aaron Michael, Mr. Cannon, is the right person to lead the Isle of Man through these challenging times? Well, I certainly supported him in his campaign for Chief Minister in 2016 and again in 2021. We must also remember that good leadership comes in many forms, and as political leaders, we each have our own unique style, and there is certainly no manual or formula to create the perfect leader. I still personally genuinely believe that the current Chief Minister speaks with confidence and passion when representing the best interests of the Isle of Man. He's also shown greater transparency and openness compared to many of his predecessors. In closing, I will not be supporting the motion on the order paper today. Not because I believe the current Chief Minister is perfect. He has his faults just like the rest of us. I'm voting against the motion simply because it is misguided and it is the wrong motion on the order paper. My colleague from Arbury, Castletown and Malone, Mr. Glover, has focused too much on individual personalities rather than the overall performance of the Council of Ministers over the last 3 years. That said, if the Chief Minister, Mr. Cannon, receives the support of the House today, I hope he will seriously reflect upon some of the statements made by his political colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the Honourable Member for Middle, Mr. Paul Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion before us, although naming the Chief Minister, is in effect a motion of confidence in the Council of Ministers and government. The island's model of government is one of consensus, And so whilst debates and robust exchanges occur within council meetings, there is collective responsibility for the resultant government policy. The Chief Minister is one individual. The policies and work of government extend so much wider. And those who have taken on roles as ministers and members, or otherwise, share a role in shaping policy within departments and boards and in delivering change for the island. And, honourable members, as we all know, tackling the challenges of the day is not easy. Mr Cullister, my colleague from Onken, has elucidated the particular challenges that we have faced in the recent past: Brexit, COVID, energy shocks and inflation, and the impact that has had on island residents and businesses. The fiscal position is very challenging, but, honourable members, I remind you that this dates back more than a decade. It is, however, a matter that we absolutely have to face and address. Similarly, many of the challenges in our health and social care services are long-standing. Work has begun. There remains much to do, and so tackling this we must. When we debated the Island Plan in March, I referenced the 6 strategic priorities for this year: financial discipline, economic development, residency, migration and security, more homes occupied, energy security, travel, connectivity. I also commented that no one in debate in Tynwald Court questioned that those 6 were not the appropriate strategic areas for focus. They were areas that formed the centrepiece of the government conference. They were areas that members did debate in this month's sitting of Tynwald Court. They are areas, I believe, our constituents want us to focus on. If honourable members at any time had any views or wish to amend any of that, they of course have the privilege of being in this honourable House and are welcome to bring debates, motions and amendments. To acknowledge if something has not gone as it should, and to take responsibility and commit to seeking and delivering improvement, that is also what I believe islanders want. To participate in improvement, not simply to commentate. But, honourable members, it matters how we engage. As a national parliament, we must focus on the national interest, our stability, and our ability to discuss and address the critical issues we face in an informed and considered way. I am unclear as to how the motion before us helps us move forward to tackle the issues facing the island. Honourable members, we will not agree about everything, and it would be unhealthy if we did. Our strength is how we can come together to debate and resolve matters in the interests of the island. And so I have real concerns that the motion before us not only does not promote the active consideration and participation we as national representatives should engage in, but actually runs the risk of destabilising and paralysing the work that is going on. The mover has been quite open that he does not know what will happen next. In my opinion, honourable members, tabling a motion such as this requires taking responsibility for thinking through what may happen next and the full implications for this island. So to return to the motion, the words name an individual, the sentiment though extends far beyond. If it is the will of this House that there is no confidence in the Council of Ministers, the Island Plan and wider government's work, then I will step down and make way. To be clear, the motion may reference the Chief Minister, but for the reasons I have given, this is effectively a motion of no confidence in the Council of Ministers. So if there is support today for this motion, I reiterate my intention to stand down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr. Warrenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset of this Parliament, this House selected a Chief Minister. Along with Mr. Thomas, I chose to abstain rather than support either of the standing candidates. There is no doubt in my mind that I would not hesitate to make that same choice today, given the same candidates. But as an elected representative, I owe a debt to the people that put me here to speak and act on their behalf. There is a clear line of responsibility of loyalty from me to them. I pledged then, as I do now, to work for the betterment of all the people of this island, to put aside prejudices and work for the common good. I said I would support the Chief Minister, whoever that was, where I thought the direction was taken was the right one, and I said I would challenge when it was not the case. I believe I've kept to my word on both of those measures. The motion before us today offers a clear fork in the road. But does it? Because what is not so clear is the alternative to what we have. In fact, it is conspicuous by its absence. Whilst what we have is not perfect, it sets a direction of travel. The alternative is what? It is the glaring void in contrast. Mr. Speaker, we are beyond simple protest votes. The stakes are simply too high. The motion today would have been immeasurably improved had it laid forth an alternative. And by that I mean not just for the Chief Minister, but for his or her council. If this motion carries today, every member who votes for this motion will be collectively accepting responsibility for what comes next, regardless of what that may be. And what comes next is a shot in the dark. To not come up with an alternative plan, it is lazy, it is self-indulgent, and it is insulting to every member of this House. Yeah. I understand the frustrations by the mover. I share many a political view with him, but it would appear not all. It is my determination that this motion advocates regime change for the sake of regime change. And regime change without a comprehensive plan of what is to come next cannot be a serious proposal. It is not even half-baked. It is absent. It is gone. It is in the ether. It doesn't exist. As I have said, the stakes are far too high to take such a cavalier approach. It is irresponsible almost to the point of being unethical when the problems that we face are so pressing. This is not something I can accept, never mind support. And I remind the House that I did not vote for this Chief Minister in 2021. But now, honourable members, is not the time for opportunistic political posturing or game playing. This is a serious thing we're doing. Today there will be one of two outcomes. The first is the motion fails. If this is the case, I would urge the Chief Minister to be cognizant that this does not point to a manufactured consent for him to carry on regardless. Rather, he should amend, refocus, and redouble our efforts on all of those things that truly matter. The economy, the diminishing reserves, the swollen government headcount, the health service, housing, energy transition, and our young people. And that's not all. The second outcome is that this motion is carried. And although not a binding result, which is another failing of the motion, to be non-statutory, non-binding, it's actually nonsense. I would find it impossible for the Chief Minister to remain in post. Consequently, I would expect his council to resign. Such an eventuality will cause even more disunity than what presently exists, and our existing problems will be far, far bigger. Honourable members, we know nothing of how these issues will be addressed in these circumstances. I, for one, am not willing to inflict that level of uncertainty on the people that I have pledged to serve. Should this motion be successful, what I would say directly to the mover is this: you cannot light the fuse and simply stand back and absolve yourself saying it is for someone else to pick up the baton of leadership. If this motion is carried and the mover has directly and purposefully set in motion a probable chain of events that will cause the baton of leadership to be relinquished at a critical time, and he himself therefore has an unquestioned and absolute responsibility to enter his own name as a candidate for Chief Minister. Mr. Speaker, then would be the time for the mover to step up and not step back. Maybe he should take a leaf out of his own book and have the courage of his own convictions and put his money where his mouth is. Finally, I would respect this House that every member who votes for this motion will be collectively accepting the responsibility of what comes next. Cool heads must prevail. We must have a clear resolve to overcome the challenges we collectively face and deliver for the people we represent. They themselves will rightly decide who stays, who goes, soon enough. I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Yeah. Upon the Honourable Member for Garth, Mr Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is with some disappointment and deep concern that I rise today. Let me take a moment to put my concerns into context. In recent years, our island nation, together with the international community, has suffered some cataclysmic events that have resulted in a myriad of enduring consequences for both the state and its people. The failure of Lehman Brothers in 2008, which happened during an existing market decline throughout Northern Hemisphere developed nations, sent shockwaves through every international bank and financial institution. At the time, the International Monetary Fund concluded that it was the most severe economic and financial meltdown since the Great Depression in 1929. We experienced during August 2011 Black Monday, when the United States and international stock markets crashed. Our island did not escape and was as significantly impacted by the effects of these major world financial events. Since then, we have witnessed and endured a global pandemic, and I am sure that I do not need to remind honourable members what impact this had upon our nation and its people. However, one significant fact worthy of note is that not only were our lives extensively impacted by the health implications of this pandemic, but our island's financial position was also severely impacted. COVID-19 initiated a global economic recession. The recession began in most countries in February 2020. After a year of global economic slowdown that saw stagnation of economic growth and consumer activity, the COVID-19 lockdowns and other precautions taken in early 2020 drove the global economy into an exceptionally serious predicament. Within 7 months, every advanced economy had fallen into recession. As a consequence of all these factors, world markets have witnessed a seismic shift. Our island and its people did not escape unscathed. This is a very brief and general overview of the landscape into which we, as elected members, arrived in September 2021. The energy crisis began in late 2021 as rising gas prices led to 29 UK household energy suppliers failing. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine resulted in further spiralling energy prices, compelling both the UK and similarly our government to step in to support and subsidise consumers. The invasion of Ukraine began at dawn on 24th of February 2022. It was described as the biggest attack on a European country in the first full-scale ever war in Europe since the Second World War. Sadly, and with great regret, that conflict continues today. Also, additional inflationary pressures and the cost of living emergency during this period have done nothing to assist matters. Although we rightly, proudly and fiercely defend our island's independence, as a nation, we are not aloof from international events which happen around us. We do not live in isolation, and we must accept that we are not immune to outside influences which will continually pose threats and challenges to our local economy and the people of our island. The fiscal stability of our island is continually under review from international regulatory bodies. And we have to relentlessly and unceasingly demonstrate that we are adhering to the set criteria and policies that accede to us meeting exceptionally exacting international standards. Political stability also forms a crucial element when negotiating these international standards. Anything that is seen or perceived to be contrary to this only serves to undermine the whole, completely demoralises all those associated with it, and importantly, the possible implications could be dire. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of the issues I mentioned have and continue to have significant repercussions through our local economy, be it in agriculture, construction, education, emergency services, housing, hotels, hospitality, tourism, and by no means least our health and social care sector. No one has been untouched or escaped. No corporate entity, no small business, no individual, nor indeed government. Everyone is bearing the scars of deep financial and social injuries inflicted from the events of recent years. Note, I said scars purposely because I believe we are now witnessing healing wounds. Our economy is rebuilding as proven by latest statistics, and we are witnessing positive and confident actions being taken towards an optimistic future. So I ask myself, recognising the task undertaken by someone who has had to not only live through, but contend with, in the national interest, all the ramifications linked to the events of recent years, seriously, is now the right time to change the guard. What impact could that have upon our economy? What perception will be portrayed internationally? I have to say this motion reminds me somewhat of a coup d'etat. Is it fair to say that all issues have arisen are the total responsibility or can be laid at the door of one individual? We do not live under a dictatorship. We are a parliament of consensus. If there is such discontent, should this discussion be more overarching and encompassing? We continually to have extremely urgent, important and complex issues to address. And I believe it is now time to put personalities to one side, pull together and work for the best interests of our island and its people. We are all deployed throughout various parts of this administration, and it is incumbent upon each one of us to fully engage in a positive and collegiate way and equally accept and demonstrate some joint responsibility and accountability. We need to focus all our energy on the ultimate goals and not the many distractions that will almost certainly arise along the way. Mr. Speaker, quoquenque jacere stabit, whichever way you throw us, we will stand, be that as a nation or as an individual. Guramayu.
Calling the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking all those constituents that have either been in touch with me, stopped me in passing or engaged with me when it's come up in general conversation about the motion before us today. As you would expect, views have been split between those who believe this is the worst administration ever and that I should fully and wholeheartedly support the motion today, to those that are deeply concerned about the motion and believe it would be crazy for me to support it. There has, however, been a clear majority from those I've spoken to, which I will come on to shortly. I would also like to thank the Honourable Member for Albury, Castletown and Maloo for bringing the motion today. Now, I know there are some that don't think this motion should even have been on the order paper, but to be clear, I'm not one of those. I believe that members have the given right to bring any motion they choose, as long as it complies with the standing orders of this House, of course. Although I will be seeking further clarification from the mover about why this particular wording has been chosen for us here today. In a strange way, I actually see this motion as helpful, Mr. Speaker, And let me explain why. The most damaging thing in politics is eternal speculation. Speculation around will they, won't they, who supports who or what, what's their real views. For the last year, since it was mooted that a confidence motion may come forward, there's been constant speculation. A bit like a pantomime. There's a confidence motion coming. Oh no, there's not. Oh yes, there is. One thing speculation does in politics is breed instability. So today I see this motion as helpful as it puts an end to that speculation once and for all. Today members of this House will be clearly asked to vote and express their views openly and have them recorded on the public record for posterity. Which brings me to a bit of a point I was a bit confused about if I heard the Honourable Member's opening words. There was reference to secret vote, Mr. Speaker. None of our proceedings in this House, certainly in the time I've been here, have been secret. All our votes are open and recorded. Even if a division is not called, you can infer from that members have supported something. So there is no secret votes. It seems to have taken hold in some quarters outside of this Honourable Chamber. Turning to the motion itself, like the Honourable Member for Oncombe, Mr Callister, I would also like to know a bit more from the mover in his summing up around why the motion is one directly in the Chief Minister, which is effectively a non-statutory and non-binding motion, rather than the statutory motion set out in law in the Council of Ministers Act 1990, which is very clear in Section 2, subsection 3b, what the wording of the motion should be if the Chief Minister is to vacate office. That is, this House has no confidence in the Council of Ministers. So why the more personal motion? The Honourable Mover says in his opening remarks it's because he believes some ministers are doing a good job. But to me, Mr Speaker, that's not a coherent argument. It plays to the myth, which we will come on to shortly, that whoever is Chief Minister is directing everything and running everything. The legislation is not just worded like that by accident. Council of Ministers is a collective. They, by majority vote, decide the direction of government, not at the dictatorial whim of a Chief Minister. In fact, if this motion passes today, I would suspect that most of the existing ministers would be off and say to those supporting this motion, congratulations, over to you, show us how it's done. Before I go any further, I should state I won't be actually supporting the motion today. I thank again all those constituents who got in touch with me about this and do appreciate and respect the views of those who believe it's time for a change, although actually they were in the minority of those I've spoken to. The majority believed either it was too late in the day, or as one put it very succinctly to me, we would be absolutely balmy to change now and what would actually be achieved. For me, Mr Speaker, I think that's the point. If this motion did pass today, what would actually change? If the Chief Minister decided to go, what would replace what's in place now? Firstly, who would take over? Now, I know the Honourable Member for Douglas Central, Mr Thomas, has very selfishly and gallantly volunteered to saddle up his white horse and ride to our rescue as our knight in shining armour. But I'm still a bit vague on what will actually change as a result. What policies will be different? Also, is it just Mr Thomas? Or is anyone else interested? Let's have a show of hands, Mr Speaker. Any takers? No? Didn't think so. Now, some people would say, well, whatever comes next can't be any worse. Well, trust me, Mr Speaker, things could be a lot worse, and it really could be a case of be careful what you wish for. The grass always looks greener on the other side until you get there and find it's actually painted on. Listening to some, Mr Speaker, you would think if this motion passes, we'd all be suddenly skipping through green fields with blue skies and rainbows ahead of us on our way to utopia. But the challenges will still be the same. The money, budgets and funding challenges will still be the same. The only thing that will really have changed is the faces around the Council of Ministers table. If this motion passes, good luck to them. They may find out it's not as easy as they think. And once appointed, it's the ministers of those departments that are in control. The Chief Minister has no powers to direct those departments or those ministers, as anyone would know if they read the Right Review. Only Council of Ministers can direct another minister. The Chief Minister has the power to hire and fire ministers, and to be honest, that's about it. When it comes to Council of Ministers, the Chief Minister is just one of 9. They chair the meeting, but they have one vote the same as any other minister and can be outvoted with collective responsibility then applying to the Chief Minister just as much as any other minister. So if 5 ministers decide they don't agree with the Chief Minister of the day, they can consistently outvote them at Council of Ministers. The Chief Minister's only real power would be to replace them. And if you keep doing that, you eventually run out of people. That's why the motion before us today, if people are unhappy with the direction of travel, should be the statutory one, as decisions are a collective. Over the years, people have said to me, Department of Health and Social Care, oh, that's the poison chalice of government. Or Department of Infrastructure, that's the poison chalice. Mr. Speaker, I've come to the conclusion the real poison chalice is being Chief Minister. You don't have a department as such. You have no personal directional power over ministers unless a majority of the ministers agree. You're front and centre in the public mind of everything that goes wrong, and you can be outvoted at Council of Ministers by your other ministers. If this motion passes, I wish Mr. Thomas and anyone else who may come forward well, as personally I think you'd have to be mad to want the job. So say this motion does pass, Mr. Speaker, and the Chief Minister stands down. What then? Then, Mr. Speaker, far from providing certainty, it will, in my view, provide nothing but chaos and instability, at a time when people out there want us to get on with the job they elected us to do, which is govern the country and resolve the issues that are impacting their lives. It's easy sometimes to get immersed in the political bubble of this honourable place, Mr. Speaker. There are real people out there with real lives looking to us to resolve the issues that matter to them, looking to us to provide leadership and work to provide solutions. And what's our answer? Turf out the current administration. Throw all the cards up in the air on the off chance they land in a way that's a bit better than what we have now. If this motion passes, it will lead to, and this is being optimistic for me, a month of stagnation while a new Chief Minister is elected. Assuming one is elected in that time, even if there's only one candidate, they still need to get 13 votes in this Honourable House. You will remember well the 2006 Chief Minister election, Mr. Speaker, which resulted in stalemate, and the person who was then sat in your chair happened to be drafted in as the sort of compromise candidate with a period of uncertainty in between. Then new ministers have to be appointed. A new direction of government decided. We'd be lucky if anything is in place and up and running effectively for the new year. There's no time to make any fundamental changes to the budget that will then by then be finalised, ready to come before this Honourable Court in February. So realistically, the earliest any new administration would be able to change course properly in the fiscal sense would be at the start of 2026. And then their time's up. To be frank, Mr. Speaker, the whole idea behind this motion that we can seamlessly change the face at the top and all will be well with the world is a fairy tale and absolute lunacy in my view. I said it was time for some home truths, Mr. Speaker. And one of those is a thing that has constantly been fed back to me by people outside this Honourable House over recent times. The people who we are supposed to be here to represent. And it's they are sick and tired of seeing us fight amongst ourselves. Yeah. As a couple put it to me the other day, they are sick of what they perceive as personal attacks or he said, she said responses. Yeah. Or as another constituent put it, they are sick of what they see as us all fighting like cats in a sack and we need to get on with the job we were put here to do. And that means not just holding government to account from the sidelines, but actively getting involved and leading government, not just throwing stones at one another. That's just some of the perceptions that I've had out there beyond the four walls of this chamber that have been shared with me. There's been some much more brutal ones with a lot more interesting language that I will spare the chamber of today. In fact, I wasn't sure if some of it was even English, to be honest. I had to look some of it up. But when sounding me out on how I would vote on this motion last week, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Mover urged me to heavily consider this motion and stated that anyone voting for more of the same will be seen as part of the problem. So that got me thinking, Mr. Speaker, what is the actual problem we face? Firstly, a budget deficit. We spend more than we raise, no matter how much we play around with the figures to make it look like the revenue account balances. An NI fund that needs reform, a housing shortage and accessibility problem, a health service that in many areas isn't delivering what our constituents expect, pressure on our education system and police force. But the big overriding problem, Mr. Speaker, is we are operating a low-tax jurisdiction but expect high-quality public services. The two aren't compatible. The Treasury Minister wants a national conversation around the future of the NI Fund, but we need a more fundamental conversation around the whole public sector, how it is funded, what is affordable and what is deliverable as a result. As I said in Tynwald earlier this month, let's start having those honest conversations with the public. But the point here today is, are those problems the fault of this administration? The fault of this Chief Minister? No. They are problems not even of the previous administration's making, but problems built up and ignored by administrations over the last 20 years. Now, by no means do I support everything this administration has done or is planning to do. Anyone who follows my comments both in this chamber, another place and outside of Tynwald will know that. In fact, if a change of course isn't taken in some areas, particularly in relation to fiscal discipline, then in February I'll be doing something I thought I would never do and be voting against the entire budget. But as much as there are quite a few points I disagree with this administration on, and policy approaches I may not agree on, I will at least give credit where credit is due in that this administration has recognised the problems and acknowledged them. May not have always tackled them head on, but that's still more than many other administrations have done over the last 20 years. So I would say, rather than seeing individuals as part of the problem and playing personality politics, we should all be making sure that each of us is individually and collectively working together to be part of the solution. Resist the route of personality politics and get on with resolving the issues that matter to the people out there. The simple fact is, Mr. Speaker, passing this motion today will not resolve any issues. Anyone who says or thinks that it will, as I say, in my view, is deluded. It will not make more housing available or affordable. It will not fix the budgetary deficits. It will not fix the quandary between low tax jurisdiction and demand for high quality public service. All it will do is provoke political inertia at a time when we all should be leading from the front, and all the drama that follows this motion may prove entertaining for any political nerds and commentators out there, but for most of the general public, it will provide nothing but frustration and exasperation. Make no mistake, I have no doubt any new administration will have a honeymoon of a few months. But then I can tell you right now, Mr. Speaker, the usual cry will go up that this is the worst administration until the next one. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, if this motion passes today, I say to anyone who voted for it, good luck explaining to the public why you supported potentially weeks, if not months, of political inertia. Also, good luck in their new roles in the new administration, as I doubt many of the existing ministers will volunteer to stick around. I hope for all our sakes that they prosper. But personally, I think if we as a collective support this today, then we've finally lost our collective minds.
Hear, hear. On the Honourable Member for Rushen, Dr Hayward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago in another place I expressed my deep regret at the language and the tone employed by the Chief Minister as he spoke about the resignation of Mr Hooper as Health Minister. OK, I'll admit we all lose our cool sometimes. Mr Hooper's resignation was typically dramatic and clearly unexpected in some quarters. Nevertheless, in the immediate aftermath of Mr Hooper's statement in the other place, the Chief Minister stood and thanked the outgoing Minister for his commitment and wished him well for the future. He admitted there was an idealistic bridge too far for Mr Hooper to overcome, and it was a quickly thought out response, but it was measured, proportional and even tempered. But Mr Speaker, something seemed to happen overnight between the sitting finishing on the Tuesday and restarting on the Wednesday, not just Mr Hooper trying to get to Jersey. By the following morning, we had an astonishing statement from the Chief Minister that included accusations about a stitch-up, accusations of contrived planning. I've thought about this a little bit. I'd argue that by its very definition, planning must be deliberately created, and therefore planning must always be contrived. I'm not sure I've experienced or seen a plan that spontaneously appears. I wish they did. Mr Speaker, as a leading proponent of reflecting on my choice of words, you'll be pleased to know that I reflect on the words of others too. So we had mentions of dead cat strategies. I'm not really sure how Mr Hooper calling out the real threats that he saw to healthcare and resigning from his position could ever really count as a dead cat strategy. A successful deployment of a dead cat strategy is one that gets you to focus totally on the dead cat and miss the fact that something else is happening elsewhere. You focus on the dead cat to the extent that you miss the elephant that walks through the room and out of the door. If Mr Hooper were indeed to have been deploying a dead cat strategy, then surely it ranks as one of the worst exemplars in the history of Tynwald. Mr Hooper's resignation has instead focused many minds on the Department of Health and Social Care, on Manx Care, and on the future of health and social care services and the finance around it. This was definitely not a successful dead cat strategy. It was not even a passing attempt at one. It was entirely the opposite. It was the equivalent of launching warning flares, sending distress signals, and tapping out an SOS on the Marconi unit. But it sounds so much worse to accuse Mr Hooper of unscrupulous political tactics. And that accusation was incongruous, given that just over 12 hours before, the Chief Minister had recognised there were ideological challenges that had actually prompted Mr Hooper's response. The words spoken by the Chief Minister in the cold light of morning, after a night where one would have hoped that there'd been some reflection, seemed to take an entirely unsavoury direction. Double-edged tweets? I'm not sure what that is, but I've got a really nice sword that's got a double edge on it. Gaslighting the other place and the public. Accusing the former minister of not recognising financial risks. And we've even heard this morning that they were clearly recognised. Mr Speaker, I was taken aback by the unstatesmanlike language that we witnessed in the other place, and I was taken aback by the timing, because it did come after a night where there should have been some ability to reflect and recover. What we witnessed seems to me to be a lack of self-control, lack of restraint, and personally targeting Mr Hooper. And that is not befitting of our head of government. It was crass, it was ill-phrased, it was petulant, and it was shameful. And if the accusations about Mr Hooper were true and well-founded, one is bound to ask how has it taken the Chief Minister so long to work out that there are clear differences between himself and the Minister with one of the biggest departmental budgets and which carries the greatest risk. Why did the Chief Minister, as the leader of the government, not act sooner? And it's off the back of that unsavoury experience that we're faced with this motion today. It's a motion to discuss confidence in the Chief Minister, but it is being interpreted by Comin and the public, my constituents, as a vote of no confidence in the government, the island plan and our direction of travel. And there's the rub for me. I actually think we have in place ministers who are doing a good job, or at least as best as they can, given some of the issues they're tackling. We know there would be political repercussions for departmental members who consider voting to support a no-confidence motion. It's impossible to be in a department trying to support good practice and policy making, trying to effect change and growth, and at the same time vote against Comin and bring the whole system crashing down around our ears. I wasn't elected to sit around. I was elected to serve and contribute, to support public services, to address problems with poverty, housing and our economy. We are 3 years into this administration, and voting no confidence in the Chief Minister, who as a man of honour I'm sure would resign if he lost this vote today, and that would bring about the fall of government and would depose ministers, just seems to me like a step too far. We know those ministers are tackling some really important topics and making progress on some things that have been stalled for years. It would, as Mr Ashford has commented, throw us into an election process, selection of new ministers. It would delay us for weeks before those new ministers get a hold on their briefs. And in short, all the momentum that has built up during the course of this administration would be lost. I know that not all the decisions we have to make are easy, and certainly not all decisions are popular, especially if the commentators that seem to have endless hours to spend on X or Facebook or ringing the man in line have anything to say about what we do. I know not everyone supports the island plan, and to be fair, there are parts that I disagree with. But, and as Mr Hooper will have no hesitation in telling anyone who'll listen, in the absence of party politics, Manx politics is always going to be dominated by the need to build consensus, to compromise and to adapt. And the island plan is, for many of us, a compromise solution to agree a general way forward. One might indeed argue that it is the ultimate in a contrived plan. Just as consensus is necessary to come up with this plan for 5 years of this administration, it's also a constituent element of how we interact in this place and in the other place. Mr Speaker, there is no need for petulant statements. It does not befit this House, the other place, or the communities that we represent to witness personal attacks on the character of other members. Mr Speaker, as a long-standing reflector on my choice of words, I urge the Chief Minister to choose his language more carefully in the future. I urge him to act in a manner that befits his position. Any repeat of the intemperate displays that we witnessed a fortnight ago will probably further undermine the confidence of this Honourable House in his ability to lead this government. I didn't originally support Mr Cannon as Chief Minister, but here today I'm feeling like I'm forced into doing so because otherwise I will lose a council of ministers that I have a great deal of respect for. And I would face losing the political work that I'm doing to make things better. Chief Minister, you are in a position of responsibility as the head of our government. I would urge you to consider that how we communicate matters, how we treat other honourable members matters, how we lead matters. How you do those things matter. And I'd urge you to consider trying to do a bit better, please. Thank you.
On the Honourable Member for Erin Michael, Mr Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to express my dismay and disappointment that this motion of vote of no confidence has been brought to this Honourable Court today by the member of Arby Castletown and Maloo, Mr Glover. This is frankly irresponsible move at a time of great challenge for our island as we navigate the many macro and geopolitical forces that have buffeted us for several years now. This Chief Minister recognised from the start the need for this administration to show clear direction and put in place policies to address the challenges around an ageing population, housing, public service investment and economic diversification and stability, to name but a few. Mr Speaker, any business person knows that a business, if it is to succeed, needs to have a plan that sets out clear objectives and puts in place policies to achieve those objectives, but also recognises the need to stress test and challenge those aspirations. Government is no different, and the Chief Minister from the start brought forward that plan, that island plan, along with an economic strategy to provide the means to implement that plan. All members in this Honourable Court and the other place were invited from the start by the Chief Minister to engage in forming and forging the island plan. These plans, Mr Speaker, have been brought to Tynwald. They have been debated on. They have been amended, updated and renewed over the past 3 years, just like any good plan should be, recognising the need to respond to external factors, to flex and reflect prevailing circumstances. Time and again, Mr Speaker, these plans have been debated and received clear majority support in the other place, and yet here we are, Mr Speaker, debating a no-confidence vote in the Chief Minister, a motion that is frankly self-serving and shows total disregard for the security and stability of the whole government and all those invested in its need to serve the public of this island and provide confidence in our economy. Because let me be clear, Mr Speaker, a vote of no confidence in the Chief Minister is a vote of no confidence in his government. And to what end, Mr Speaker? An individual member of this Honourable Court decide to do something that I fully accept they have the right to do, but personally I believe we're wrong to do. To bring this motion today, to make a decision that the member knows will and has caused great uncertainty, but again, for what end? What are the alternative plans? Where are the alternative plans? What lobbying has the Honourable Member carried out? Have I missed something? Where has he been? It seems to me, Mr Speaker, at times of pressure and difficulty, you can either stand up and be counted or stand back and gripe. What do I tell the officers in my department, deeply concerned about the future, who are out day in, day out, engaging with businesses and the public? Does he realise how destabilising this is? What does he say to all those hard-working private individuals who give their time and expertise to the executive agencies? Has the Honourable Member thought about the consequences of his actions? All that is sown is worry, stress and turmoil, both inside government and the wider community. Mr Speaker, it angers and frustrates me that there are individuals happy to hang on to the coattails of the island plan and economic strategy when it's convenient to, and then undermine and throw stones the rest of the time. We time and time again, through the democratic process, have had the opportunity to provide alternative policy proposals through debate and amendment, but have not to date done so. But never mind, what is being said here is, I don't need the support of my colleagues in debate. I'll just drop a vote of no confidence into the mix. That'll show them. Mr. Speaker, I am very saddened and frustrated by this motion. I have confidence in our Chief Minister, and as I said earlier in my speech, a vote of no confidence in the Chief Minister is a vote of no confidence in the government. So if this motion succeeds, I too will be resigning from the Council of Ministers. Thank you.
On the Honourable Member for Middle, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we need now as politicians is stability and continuing to work together for the common good. We need mutual respect, not mutiny. It wasn't brave to table this motion. It doesn't reflect the concerns of all backbenchers, and I certainly won't support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the Honourable Member for Arbroath-Castle-Hamley, Mr. Moorhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by stating that I will not be supporting this motion. This is not the time for grand gestures. However, it is a perfect moment to reflect on where we are. I certainly do not want my vote to be seen in any way to show support for the current administration. The most important thing which can happen today is that we really focus on what matters and to improve our island for local people. Today my decision will be based on a number of factors which I would like to briefly share. My core thought is this cannot be considered in isolation. Time is short. There is just over 18 months until the next scheduled general election. We cannot waste any more time. Time is limited. Already side issues appear to have dominated a significant amount of our time, with issues such as prayers, the bishop's vote and assisted dying, limiting what has been achieved, despite being considered by very few of us during the general election, and certainly not on the must-do list of many of our constituents. As the Minister of Justice and Home Affairs recently said, time is so short that some legislation which you plan to bring forward will not now be progressed. At a time when the VAT and shared duties agreement is being considered, we cannot go forward by making such changes. Also, if we actually move things forward in this manner which the motion suggests, can we actually expect to have real change? Will there be change that's noticeable for the people in Ramsey or Castletown? Probably not. Most of the potential candidates would almost certainly put forward with more of the same. Almost all have supported the Island Plan, the economic strategy and the budget. The key aspect of my speech must be a plea to the Chief Minister and the Council of Ministers to actually consider where we are and what local people are thinking. Whilst we may not be given the opportunity to change things dramatically, I think this is a perfect time to actually pause and consider what is happening around us. This won't go away if we continue with the same mindset. The worst thing that can happen tonight is that victory is celebrated and we simply continue as we are. I would ask Mr. Cannon and the Council of Ministers to pause and reflect on many of the current challenges which are faced by a significant number of local people and businesses. The easiest way to reset the group think is to visit local businesses and to hear the challenges they face and then act. I have one underlying concern, and that is, are we actually in a better place than we were in September 2021? I would like this to be an opportunity for the Council of Ministers and the Chief Minister to actually think about why so many businesses close their doors. Why does our government look so remote and out of touch and arguably uncaring? What has happened to the residents close to the proposed wind farm is shocking. Why are so many people struggling to access affordable rented housing? Some local schools, such as one in Ballasella, have been stretched far too far. Many people question why more people are coming to the island. Some will earn around £20,000 a year. They will struggle to live. What can they contribute and what will they cost? These concerns and many others regarding health and access to dentists are the things that are in the minds of so many local people. Today we have the opportunity to re-energise, refocus and hopefully go forward to achieve better outcomes. I won't miss totally in motion, but I really do hope that it is the catalyst for the change that we need to make things better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, I have no other members left on this. Mr. Hooper, Mrs. Christian, Mr. Sport, right, Mr. Hooper.
Good morning, Lord. I think this vote is quite an interesting one, because whilst on the surface it is something quite straightforward, whether or not we believe that Mr. Cannon is the right person to lead the government, I think the reality is far more complex. And many of you might have been expecting me to stand up and talk about my resignation in more depth, or to use that to build more of a case as to why Mr. Cannon isn't the best man for the job, even perhaps expecting me to respond to his quite clearly planned attack on me in Tynwald earlier this month. But instead, I'm going to talk a bit about confidence and a bit about competing philosophies, because that's really why we're here today. I'm also not going to talk about party politics, you'll be pleased to hear. I'm going to talk about the motion as worded, and actually I'm quite glad the Honourable Member for Arbury, Castletown and Maloo has worded it the way he has, because I don't think I could stand here and support a vote of no confidence in the Council of Ministers as a whole. And that's simply because when I look across the breadth of work that is going on in government, I can see that whether it's in DESC or DHA, infrastructure, enterprise, health, or DEFRA, or even, may my tongue turn black for saying this, even in the Treasury, there is a huge amount of really good stuff going on, led by ministers who I know are working incredibly hard and trying their best to move things in the right direction. And that's why the motion is more complex than I think Mrs. Poole-Wilson or Mr. Johnson have set out. It isn't as simple as saying the Chief Minister is the Council of Ministers, or the Chief Minister is the Island Plan. There are very real differences between views on these groups and plans, and it's entirely possible to support individual ministers or even a collective of ministers but not support the Island Plan. It's also possible to support the Island Plan but not every aspect within it. It's even possible to support an individual minister but not agree with everything they say or do. So to try and cast this debate as something it isn't is very much the definition of a dead cat strategy, and I applaud those members for giving it their best. The problem that ministers have is they're being held back from being able to make some of these difficult decisions that we all talk about, or being able to make some of what you might think of as bold decisions, largely because of opposition from the centre of government. And I've lost count of the number of times that proposals have come from one or other minister that have then been delayed or watered down following opposition from the centre of government. Now, sometimes it's decisions. Sometimes it's the publication of documents, plans or assessments that will help move things forward, but there's always a consistent factor. And so despite all this talk of delivery and getting things done, quite often one of the first and biggest stumbling blocks to government plans getting delivered is right at its heart. One quite straightforward example was explored briefly in questions this morning, and it's one of many. And that's really worrying to me, because, and this is where confidence comes in, it shows me that the Chief Minister doesn't really have confidence in the Island Plan. Now, the Island Plan basically boils down to three things: grow the economy, build homes, and deliver good quality infrastructure and services. That's it in a nutshell. Whichever way you cut it, those are the bedrock assumptions that underlie the aims of the plan. But those three things need investment. They need the ability to make difficult decisions and then stick with them, even when things get bumpy. And this is where I think the Honourable Member for Ayr and Michael falls down, because I've seen how these proposals, these difficult decisions, get brought to the Council of Ministers, get pushed back against, get watered down, or get pushed out into the long grass. There is far too much concern about the short-term impact, the public relations impact, not the long-term view, and that is entirely counterproductive when you place it in the context of the Island Plan, which does require a long-term view. Changing our population demographic isn't going to happen overnight or by accident. It will take a concerted effort. Changing course on the health service or in education or our border policy isn't going to happen overnight. It will take a concerted effort. And an even bigger problem comes when you look at funding some of this quite seismic change, because the Chief Minister has set out himself some very artificial restrictions on how we fund public services. Mr Ashford has said it. The elephant in the room is high demand and low tax. So we have to be willing to talk about that. We have to be willing to tackle it. And this is where political philosophies come in. I believe, like most sensible people, investing is how you generate a return, whether that's with your own business or an investment portfolio or at a government level. Sometimes it's about cash, straight up cash. Sometimes it's invest to save. Sometimes it's investment in services or IT or buildings or whatever it is to improve quality and effectiveness of those services. Now, public investment leads to society-wide benefits as well as economic growth. The International Monetary Fund, the IMF, would agree with this. They state, there is a broad consensus in economics that public investment has a positive impact on economic growth and social welfare. Through the creation of physical capital, public investment makes it possible to deliver services essential to the mobility of persons, goods, and services. The Chief Minister, though, I don't believe thinks like this. He seems to follow the exact opposite philosophy, which would state that the best way to achieve economic growth is to shrink the state and pull back from services and reduce government expenditure. Essentially, the difference boils down to how you perceive risk and how you perceive expenditure. Do you perceive expenditure in education or in health or rehabilitation services or whatever it may be as spending or as an investment? Now, clearly there's a limit. Endless government spending is not something we should aspire to. But real terms reductions in expenditure has all sorts of negative consequences for the economy. And putting the bottom line as our ultimate goal is a very short-term outlook, as well as being very, very harmful. Now, you've seen this play out here and in the UK over the last maybe 10 to 15 years. Because that's been the philosophy that has largely been followed by successive governments on the island and across the water. Would anyone say they are better off now than they were 10 years ago? Or that services are better now than they were 10 years ago? Like Mr Ashford, I've been out talking to a lot of people about these issues, and I can quite confidently say people really don't feel they're better off now than they were 10 years ago. If you feel differently, if you feel confident, yes, we're better off now than we were, by all means, vote to continue to support this philosophy that is being espoused, that is being quite clearly articulated. Our economic strategy, based on a very expensive piece of work the Chief Minister himself kicked off, talks about shifts in our economy, shifts in our tax base. And yet, every time this comes up for discussion, the Chief Minister ridicules. He shuts it down. And you've seen that only this month in his remarks to Tynwald. I cannot even begin to imagine how hard it has been for the Treasury Minister to operate in an environment where he knows his hands are tied even before he starts the day. So what we have, honourable members, is a Council of Ministers that has essentially been hamstrung by the Chief Minister, and this plays out in quite a lot of arenas. We've heard the legal position of the Chief Minister, and it's entirely correct to state he is the first amongst equals with very limited legal powers himself. But what's missing in that analysis is that overwhelmingly the job that we do is governed by unwritten rules, not the written ones. And the same goes for Council of Ministers. I do recall, for example, one case where the Chief Minister did lose a vote on one of those rare occasions that was voted 5-4, but the policy in question wasn't pursued by the department for a variety of reasons, all of which were quite sound. But it's not as straightforward as Mr Ashford has laid out. It's not as straightforward as, well, you can outvote people. In practice, it doesn't really work like that. Now, Lorida, I know that members won't just take my word on some of this stuff. They'll want examples of the impact that this leadership approach causes. So I'm going to focus on something very recent in health. Now, I could have picked any number of items from pretty much any department, whether it's national insurance, drugs policy, transformation of education, planning reform, whatever. But this one is most recent and is most, I think, in the public consciousness right now. So last week, the Chief Minister circulated some information, including a list of health service cuts that were put on the table in front of the Council of Ministers a few weeks ago. Now, I need to be quite clear for members and for anyone listening, these were categorically not recommended or supported by Manx Care, who put this list together because they'd been very specifically asked to do so. I thought it would be useful to give a little bit more detail on the assessment of the impact of some of those cuts, because the document that was circulated was quite light on that. So I'll take just two examples. One because it was raised by the Honourable Member Miss Edge on the floor, and another because it really stuck in my mind. So the first item is the potential closure of meds, which Manx Care assess would result in a significant increase in waiting times and would undoubtedly cause patient harm due to excessive waits. Corridor care would be inevitable. Corridor care would be inevitable. The second item that stuck in my mind was the proposed closure of Ward 4. Manx Care believed closure would result in significant volumes of cancellation of planned inpatient admissions. A large proportion would be cancer, due to excessive numbers of medical overflow into surgical capacity. Delayed cancer treatment resulting in increased morbidity and increased complexity. I'm not going to go through the list in its entirety, honourable members, but you can see for yourself that nothing on it is good news. And practically everything on that list will result in some risk to patients, whether it's people being treated in corridors or increased morbidity. It's equally clear that a number of items on that list are not decisions Manx Care could make themselves, because the services in question, like meds, for example, are mandated. What this means is, in order for that to stop, the department or council would have to change the mandate. And this is because if it was left up to Manx Care, given a choice between failing the mandate by coming in over budget and failing the mandate by failing to deliver a service, Manx Care, I believe, would choose the former over the latter. They would rather fail by coming in over budget than fail by harming patients. In essence, Manx Care would follow the logic that says investing in treating patients is in the long term the right thing to do, both medically and financially, as opposed to short-term service cuts that will have a significant longer-term impact, both to patients, impacts financially, and impacts to the island more broadly. So on seeing this list with these impacts, did the Chief Minister change course? He has publicly called a number of times for Manx Care to come in on budget, saying things like irrespective of demand, which itself is quite a dangerous policy position to take. But did actually seeing this list in black and white, that patients would suffer harm, have an effect on his position? And the answer is no. In fact, the Chief Minister has been quite clear as to his position, even knowing these potential outcomes. And you've heard it again from him this morning. His position has been made exceptionally clear. The budget matters more than these potential consequences. This is the position that he will no doubt be at some point asking Tynwald to support. And this is what I mean about confidence. We have an economic strategy, we have an island plan, we have a transformation programme, we have a housing and communities plan. All sorts of government strategies and plans. Now, all of these actually do align. And that is not an accident. These plans align because they are mostly evidence-based. And the evidence all points towards similar outcomes and similar aims. So if you have confidence in these plans, if you follow the evidence, you stay the course. You can't pick and choose the bits that you like, because the information and the evidence base all points in that same direction, and all of those plans are heavily interlinked. Yes, new information will probably result in tweaks and changes to those plans, but you don't try and throw the whole plan overboard when things get difficult. And this is hugely problematic, because, as Mr. Callister highlighted in his remarks, the Chief Minister simply doesn't listen to others. And this is quite clearly evident to many. When the reality of these government plans run up against the Chief Minister's personal philosophies, the actions in these plans are inevitably delayed or watered down, or in some cases simply ignored. In short then, how can the Chief Minister ask us to have confidence in him when it looks like he doesn't have confidence in his own plans? Mr. Speaker, we had a debate in Tynwald this month where you talked eloquently about being careful to identify the root cause of the problem and to focus your efforts on fixing that. So following in that vein, I'm not going to stand here and ask members to think about Comyn as a whole. I think the Honourable Member for Arbury Castleton-Maloo has perhaps accidentally or maybe deliberately got it quite right when he worded this motion. The problem is right at the centre, and I would ask you to very carefully consider that issue, not the wider issue that has been thrown on the table in terms of confidence in the plan or in the Council of Ministers. And that's because, for me, I don't see this as being about changing the direction of the island plan. I think I agree with everything that's been said about stability and continuity and it being too late to change course. And actually, there's a lot of sensible commentary there. I believe the plan we have is, broadly speaking, the right plan. I know not everyone will agree, but I think it is. My concern is I don't think that plan will be delivered under this Chief Minister's leadership. That's my worry. I'm not saying it's the wrong plan. I'm not saying we should throw it out. What I'm saying is actually you want people who are committed to delivering that plan. And I honestly believe that most of the Council of Ministers are absolutely committed to delivering that plan. So what would change? What would change, I think, is you would see promises kept and plans adhered to. Hunter Timberland said they're going to do a thing, but they do a thing. That's pretty much what it boils down to. And I'll leave you with a final thought, honourable members. The Chief Minister is looking around for a new Minister for Health, likely a person who will be tasked with implementing these service cuts that I've touched on. Now, if you say today that you do have confidence in the Chief Minister, you must have confidence in his approach and the potential consequences of it. Because that's really what you're being asked to support today. And if you do have confidence in that approach, you do support and have confidence in those potential outcomes and saying that's okay, surely you'd be willing to serve as the next Minister for Health. Mr. Ashford said, if you keep going the way you're going, you'll eventually run out of people to be ministers. Are we at that stage? Have we actually run out of people willing to put their hands up and say, I'll be the Minister for Health, don't worry about it? I mean, I resigned 2 weeks ago. I've not seen lots of people running to the radio to say they'd happily take on that job. So to members like Mr. Wannenberg who talk about stepping up to the plate and taking responsibility, it would be quite strange, I think, to stand up today and vote to support the Chief Minister to say you have confidence in his leadership, but then not be willing to work for him in the Council of Ministers. And so, like the Honourable Member for Douglas North, I do think having this debate and vote is very helpful because it cuts through the noise. It cuts through what people say and lets us be judged on our actions, not just on our words, because it forces us to cast a vote. And our votes are not secret, so we can be held accountable by our constituents for those votes. It's pretty straightforward. And as we've heard so much today about pulling together, and even the word mutiny, I think, was used by one member, I will leave you this thought from Terry Pratchett. Pulling together is the aim of despotism and tyranny. Free men pull in all kinds of directions. It's the only way to make progress. Gurumaya, Lorda.
On the Honourable Member for Douglas South, Ms. Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I stand before you to address this matter of paramount importance that I hope warrants all our voices today. Mr. Speaker, prior to this debate, I sought a meeting with the Chief Minister where I outlined my concerns, of which I advised him would be the basis of my speech today. I want to acknowledge my huge respect for the Chief Minister and the job which few would want. I also would like to acknowledge that no decision is alone the Chief Minister's. It is that of the Council of Ministers, and by extent this House and in the other place. I have done my duty to partake and bring forward debate. I have done my duty and brought forward motions to the House to shape policy. Some have been supported and some have not. Could I have done more? Yes. Could the Chief Minister have done more? Yes. Honourable members, there is no magical unicorn sat in this chamber. Some of us, if we resit and are lucky enough to be elected, will face this same issue in 2 years' time. Who will become our next Chief Minister? Mr. Speaker, this motion does present an opportunity. I realise that this is a debate and that the Chief Minister does not need to even speak today, nor does he have to respond to any of our points that members perhaps raise. And so today I take the opportunity to talk about policy and the direction I hope we will take in the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, I have 9 critical points that I urge the Chief Minister to consider as we navigate the future of our community. And I seek his reassurance from him that he is committed to these ideals. First, will he champion a policy that does not unjustly target our pensioners in the upcoming February budget, splitting the triple lock and thereby instituting a 2-tiered system would be an unjust far worse than the recent decisions made by the Labour government in the UK. Second, will he commit to eliminating the proposed 10% tax increase, or worse, not exacerbate the financial burden on low to middle income earners? We must protect those who are already struggling to make ends meet. Third, will he fiercely advocate for the development of more social housing,
and implement tangible initiatives to tackle the housing crisis. This effort must begin with a clear definition of what constitutes an affordable home. Fourth, will he prioritise reducing dental waiting lists and increase the number of GPs on our island? The health of our residents should be a top priority, and we need just simple actions like these to ensure access to our health care. Fifth, will he take decisive steps to improve our island's connectivity and transportation reliability? It is essential to acknowledge that there is a problem. I highlighted earlier this year how over 100,000 people have suffered due to delays and cancellations in the first half of this year, something which was overlooked at the government conference. Sixth, will he initiate emergency measures to craft a genuine plan for cost efficiencies within our government? The vague target of £10 million in savings will not suffice to balance the fiscal ledger realistically. Seventh, restoring public trust is vital. I need to see sincere commitment to serving the Manx community. The Chief Minister's recent comments in the press about fiscal challenges facing our healthcare system point to a looming crisis. It is imperative that we are transparent about the potential depletion of our reserves. How serious is this threat, Chief Minister? And when might we face a total depletion? Eighth, will he urge his Treasury Minister to address the flawed budget process? It is broken, Mr. Speaker. The old use it or lose it mentality must be discarded. We need capital expenditures that are prioritised and strategically planned, providing clarity on how taxpayers' money will be allocated moving forward. And finally, will he actively identify and communicate the funding gaps across our island's strategic plan, Island Plan? Honesty with the public about what we can realistically afford is essential for fostering trust. Honourable members, I also thank my constituents who have reached out to me over the past week. But one glaringly theme that has emerged from my discussions with my constituents is the public feels a profound disconnection from the decisions being made, the policies being enacted, and the overall direction of this government. The Manx public are calling for an all-island vote for the Chief Minister, an initiative that we must take seriously for future elections. It is vital to come together as a government and as a parliament and truly listen to the people that we represent. This responsibility transcends party lines and titles. Whether as a minister or as a backbencher, we are here to serve the public interest, and it is high time that we listen to their voices and speak to them honestly about the truths we face as a community. Mr. Speaker, I also agree with Dr. Hayward. Backbenchers have no choice but to support the Chief Minister today, following so far, I think it's 2 ministers, indicating they will resign, and from all accounts, don't want to be part of the next what comes next. Could there be more? I will wait to hear. But this makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker. I have never witnessed politics like this, but I have to say this does indicate that the Chief Minister does have the full support of his ministers. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I hope the Chief Minister addresses these pressing concerns today. His willingness to engage with the challenges we face demonstrate accountability and outline a clear action plan will speak volumes about his commitment to serving our community. The expectations of people are high, and they deserve a leader who is not only responsive but also transparent and proactive in tackling the issues that affect our daily lives. I urge him to rise to this occasion and show us that he is the leader that we need. One who is prepared to face these challenges head on for the benefit of all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the Honourable Member for Douglas East, Ms. Farragut.
Good night, Lorda.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Arbury Castletown and Maloo, Mr Glover, for bringing this motion. I don't think this has been an easy thing to do, nor do I believe this was put forward as a headline grabber or an attempt to make a grand but empty gesture. I give all honourable colleagues more credit and respect than that. I do truly believe that everyone here is acting in what they consider to be the best interests of the island, even if we do differ on how those interests can be realised. Honourable members may recall that my vote wasn't cast for my honourable colleague Mr Cannon as Chief Minister at the start of this administration, and may recall further that I was one of the 3 people who didn't vote this way in the second confirmatory vote. It's no secret that our politics do not align. However, I have endeavoured to work within this administration as effectively as I could. That is my duty and my responsibility to my constituents and more broadly to the people of this island. Had this motion been brought even a couple of months ago, I would have been unlikely to consider it. I really do feel we all have to weigh up the instability and wasted time for the administration of changing chief ministers and how the damage that would cause compares with the perceived damage of continuing with the status quo. Some honourable members have made comment on this, questioning what will happen after if the motion is successful. This isn't exactly without precedent, Lorida. It's not as if a vote of no confidence has never been made anywhere in the world before. Indeed, we all know that it's happened quite close to home and within this administration. The world didn't fall apart by any means. So I really don't think that these fire and brimstone predictions about chaos and the sky falling in are necessarily correct. However, it is true that for me, the potential instability of a successful vote of no confidence weighs heavily, and it would take a lot to tip the scales. Despite this, I have genuine and serious concerns about the future of our health services, and specifically that the free at the point of use is in jeopardy. This is one of the issues that precipitated the motion in front of us today, and it's a political red line for me. That the Council of Ministers were unable to commit to its future last month gives cause for concern, as does the response given to my question in Tynwald Court 2 weeks ago, in which the Chief Minister would not commit to protecting the free at the point of use model and stated that all options should be on the table. As a departmental member for the DHSC up until 2 weeks ago, I've been very worried behind the scenes as we have considered the contingency lists that Manx Care have been forced to work up in order to comply with budgetary constraints. I was conflicted within my position within DHSC for a while, in all honesty, because it's a fundamental part of the DHSC political team to ensure that Manx Care stay within their funding envelope. However, to perform that role effectively, you must agree with that funding envelope. Manx Care's financial forecast told us that they needed an amount to continue running all services, but they were not allocated that amount. This deficit has been widely discussed over the course of this administration in so many forums. The shortfall for health and social care predates this administration, predates Manx Care even. This is something we have ignored for far too long, and there is no credible way anyone here today can say they were not aware of the budgetary shortfall with regard to health and social care. But to return to those discussions within DHSC around what services would need to be cut in order to stay within the budget, I repeatedly expressed that such a fundamental conversation should be public. The contingency lists were drawn up because of the instruction from the Council of Ministers that further money could not be allocated. Both Treasury and the Council of Ministers were clear of the necessity to stay within budget, regardless of demands on the service, regardless of the impact upon patients. I was deeply uncomfortable with looking at these cuts to services behind closed doors. The unwillingness to involve the public in these discussions seemed wrong to me. This is so important. Bringing this matter out into the public is so important. After all, this is our health service. It's a public service. It's a service that the vast majority of our constituents feel is one of the top priorities. Why are we looking at cuts and charges without checking that this is what our constituents want? Nobody stood on a platform of cutting healthcare services or introducing charges within healthcare, and I think we all know that it would have been unpopular to do so. Also, of course, I am politically opposed to cuts to health services and to charges being introduced. And yes, to acknowledge some of the recent dialogue from people in this honourable place, that is ideology, as is looking to introduce charges, as is choosing to cut services. The vast majority of what we do as politicians is ideological. And my political ideology is that we should serve the majority of islanders, and that to do so we need a fully funded health and social care service that is free at the point of use. Equally, as I referenced earlier, I did not give my vote to Mr Cannon as Chief Minister because our politics are not aligned, and that remains the case. If this was a straight vote for Mr Cannon as Chief Minister, it would be easy to decide how to vote. But for me, the issue of the future of our health services is the backdrop for this debate today. So I am considering supporting this motion, but I do so with politics in mind rather than personality, and I do so with some regret, and I do so in the knowledge that many of the issues faced by this administration are global issues. Changing the Chief Minister won't be a panacea that solves all our problems. Regardless of political differences, Mr Cannon's hard work and dedication within the role isn't under question for me. There's no easy answer to many of the issues facing us, including the healthcare budgetary deficit. But it's imperative that we involve the public, that we are acting in line with the interests of the majority, and that we bring people along with us. Lorida, the statements made today by ministers that they will resign are indeed very concerning and have given me pause for thought. I have a lot of respect for and confidence in these ministers, and these statements leave me feeling very conflicted and uncomfortable. My final comment would be, regardless of the outcome of the motion today, I urge the Chief Minister to reflect upon the approach with regards to key issues and to move towards a more collaborative and open door style in future.
Next on my list is the Honourable Member for Douglas Central, Mrs Corlett. However, I don't particularly wish to wish you, but I know you have a great reputation for brevity, Mrs Corlett. Would you like to have your contribution now or after we return?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think I'll be brief.
The floor is yours, Mrs Corlett.
I wouldn't like anyone to expect anything else. So, Mr Speaker, we need to be clear on the intent of this motion before us. If the mover intends to remove the Chief Minister from office, is that the intention? Or is it to put a shot across his bow? Does the Honourable Mover have confidence in the Council of Ministers? What is the mover intending to achieve with his motion? And what's the plan behind it? It's a non-binding motion, but if supported, it will have very serious consequences. Mr Thomas has put himself forward as a candidate for Chief Minister to be an election, but I don't see a queue forming behind him. Would the mover be prepared to do the job? Mr Speaker, politics is not always nicey-nicey. Passion rises, tempers flare, members on manoeuvres. It can often be a difficult environment to work in. And of course, it's always easier if members get on personally with each other. But I don't think that it's acceptable that it threatens a government's stability when they don't. That does not serve the people we represent and does not give them a government that has any opportunity to deliver for them. It has to be about policies, not about person. Like other members, I have some policies I agree with and some I don't. Getting policy developed and then agreed by every one of us is often impossible as we have many different opinions. It's always right to challenge, but sometimes there's a need for compromise. Sometimes I get what I want, what I believe is right, and sometimes I don't. That's democracy. Our democratic parliamentary system gives the right to members to bring forward motions to this Honourable House. I support and would defend a member's right to do so, absolutely. A motion enables debate and decision, gives an opportunity for members to express their views. It's a good thing. But a motion should be well thought out, and the mover must consider the consequences of their actions and take some responsibility for the outcome. Consequences of this motion before us, if supported, are far-reaching. What this motion will do, if supported, will be to set us back. Mr Speaker, I think, but I'm not sure, from what he said in his opening statement, that what Mr Glover actually is asking for is a reset on some of the policies that he has concerns about. And if that is his request, that should be the motion before us today. Mr Speaker, we all recognise that it's hard to get things done in the latter half of administration, especially in the landscape of rising costs and shrinking finances, a place where difficult decisions, difficult options may require tough, unpopular decisions. Mr. Speaker, we will get nothing done in the next 2 years if we can't pull together. And there is no matter who is in the hot seat at that point. Thank you.
Perfectly timed contribution, Mrs. Court. 1 o'clock. I will just remind honourable members that there is an all-members meeting at 1:30 with the Tynwald Commissioner for Administration in the Barul Suite. And, however, between now and then, the House is suspended until 2:30. Pastor Mike, good afternoon, honourable members.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Please be seated. Now we continue consideration of item 2 on our order paper, and next on my list to speak is the honourable member for Ramsey, Dr. Allens.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the real benefits, and why it's such a privilege to be a member of the House of Keys, is looking around and seeing what a young and diverse group of people we have here to reflect the diversity of our community. But with that youth and diversity sometimes comes a slight lack of experience in terms of the administration of government. And also, there are members here who have never worked under a previous Chief Minister. I've had dealings with Tony Brown, with Alan Bell, and also served under Howard Quell. And each of them brought their own particular way of doing things. As other members have said, there's no textbook for how you are as a Chief Minister. But some of those common attributes are about leadership, are about bringing people along with you. And Alfred Cannon, in his manifesto to be Chief Minister, pledged to do that by having government conferences, by having an island plan with quarterly updates and an annual review, by actually having annual departmental plans debated in front of us. I think we've seen under this Chief Minister possibly a greater dialogue with members, ministers and the broader public than ever before. And we need to actually make sure that we appreciate that and the differences that we've experienced in this administration, despite all the obvious challenges that we face, as outlined by other members. During this debate, there's been various comments about our fiscal policy and our economy, and questions also about this year's budget and demands about what should be in next year's budget. So standing here as Treasury Minister, I wonder why this vote of no confidence isn't in me rather than the Chief Minister. Because one member has said that my hands are tied. My hands aren't tied as Treasury Minister. Sometimes I sit on my hands, because what we've already commented about is the collective nature of the Council of Ministers, the fact that the Chief Minister leads the debate but doesn't control it. The fact that we work as a collective with collective responsibility but absolutely disagree on some of the key policies we bring forward, moderate them, debate them at length, and then try to lead according to the Island Plan, according to the economic strategy that have been approved by this Honourable Court. But that responsibility in terms of being a government minister, that ability to compromise on certain aspects is nothing compared with the responsibility of being the Chief Minister. Because with that degree of leadership comes a very heavy burden and a heavy responsibility. And I think throughout this administration, we have all had to make difficult decisions, hard decisions now, but for the greater good of the future of our nation. And as we've gone on, those decisions haven't become any easier. And people have already talked about looking forward to the next general election. I am not looking forward to see what I might be saying in 2026. There are things that have to be said now, actions that have to be said now. And we need to make absolutely certain that we are reflecting the people who put us here now, rather than try to think what they may want us to say on a hustings in 2026. The thing that I suppose does puzzle me about this vote, the motion in front of us, is it is all about personalities. The debate has been about policies. The debate has been about leadership. The debate has been how we construct the budget. That's a great debate. But let's come back down to this motion in front of us. It is about one person, one personality, and also more about that person's language. Now, everything we say has an effect. It's put on Hansard. But we have to remember that it has an effect inside this chamber. It has an effect inside our communities and wider. The debate today is about a lack of confidence in the Chief Minister. Now, back in 2021, when we had the election to elect the Chief Minister, I absolutely gave Alfred Cannon my loyalty. Not unreserved loyalty, but quite well-placed loyalty that he was the right person to lead our government and lead our country. And that loyalty and that belief has not changed since. I, like many other ministers, have had time to reflect on the results of this vote. I stood to be an MHK to make change. I believe that we are making change, making constructive change. I am not prepared to sit under another Chief Minister just on the whims of changing policy or changing direction. I am voting against this motion. I'm voting for stability and certainty, and I'm voting to keep our Chief Minister and allow him to lead the Council of Ministers in delivering the Ireland Plan and the economic strategy for our people. Thank you.
Yeah. Next on my list, the Honourable Member for Douglas Central, Mr Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Glover was right and honourable to move as he has done today when he knew all ministers were here with notice. As Speaker after Speaker has acknowledged, none of us can be in doubt that many have even less confidence in us collectively than they did a few years ago, and today has allowed the public to establish the extent to which each of their public representatives really has confidence in the Chief Minister and government policy direction and action to improve things for the people we represent, the reason why we are all here. This question of confidence has been smouldering in public for some time, and it needed quenching. Regardless of this vote, Mr Glover has achieved that, although perhaps not as Mr Collister seemed to threaten another no-confidence motion, the right one this time, perhaps a statutory one after the budget. Mr Speaker, Mrs Christian was right to stress in her speech that today's debate and decision is about the future. My speech is about the future in the light of fails in the past, but she was right to stress that we all ought to be focusing on the future, because for me, today's debate has become about getting the best out of the next 2 years and having a better election and formation of the next government in 2026 in a better way. But before that, myths need busting. The first is that members should not be having this debate at all because it is damaging to stability and trust, that maintaining the status quo at all costs, as some members have been suggesting, is paramount. That view is disrespectful to the public whom we represent, to ourselves, and to our standing orders, which provide for the consideration and answering of the question before us today inside the law. Active leadership in the right direction with consent following this debate can begin to rebuild stability and public trust in politicians and our ancient parliament, the gems on which the future of our fair, firm and free Ireland depend. The second myth is of stagnation and inertia following this vote either way. The law and standing orders prescribe what would happen next, and the timetable is clear with some discretion for Mr Speaker. And the obligation on potential Chief Ministers is exactly the same the day after any no-confidence vote would be, exactly the same as it is after a general election. Potential Chief Ministers have to lay out their programme for government, and within a month, probably in less time, there would be a different government programme, and that programme will be debated and the Chief Minister elected using the system I proposed in 2021 in this place, a better system than we have used before, which could lead to better government. Honourable members, other democracies managed to change their Chief Ministers without collapsing into chaos. So many today have disrespected our ancient keys and Tynwald in suggesting otherwise. There is also disagreement today about whether this motion is only about Mr Cannon, the Chief Minister of the Isle of Man, which some have suggested, or is effectively a no-confidence vote in government, as ministers have argued. It has the potential to be both of those. Mr Cannon has a clear view, I think, on this, as he himself has argued since at least December 2017, when supporting the historic motion I brought to bring Mr Cannon's historic constitutional bill into law to make the House of Keys the basis for Chief Minister decisions, despite Legco rejection that, and I quote, the Chief Minister is the figurehead minister amongst the ministers, the man who is assigned effectively to chair and bring together the policies being brought forward from the government. Please hear and remember that, honourable members. The Chief Minister is the figurehead minister, the man who is assigned to chair and bring together policies brought forward from government. That's Mr Cannon's own words. To complete these opening remarks and for complete clarity, I believe strongly that the election of a Chief Minister is a separate process from a non-statutory vote of no confidence, and the Council of Ministers were wrong today to connect them through their speeches and draft resignations. It would have been absolutely wrong for Mr Glover to have moved an alternative today alongside his non-statutory vote of no confidence. Clearly, Mr Glover has not moved for a regime change. Rather, he has had the courage to have brought for debate in the House of Keys something so many of those we represent have been saying and arguing for a long time. This motion is about having a clearer view of who is behind what particular policies and actions to help those we represent. The Island Plan's strategic objectives are generalised and obvious, but things like the important questions Mrs Christian asked this morning aren't addressed in it, and they need to be resolved. Mr Speaker, I have a clear pre-declared position in this matter, although it has changed and could change again. Mr Cannon clearly had my confidence as Chief Minister in 2016. That is why I nominated Mr Cannon for that role, so he could, quote, deliver the government programme we need as he listens, discusses, learns, and most importantly, is a credible action man. I have often described Mr Cannon as my honourable friend and colleague here and elsewhere. But I felt it was wrong to have had that confidence when Mr Cannon actually had the opportunity to be a credible action man after the general election in 2021, because he chose instead to get involved in deals to put in place what was an obvious policy fudge between senior ministers from different parts of the political spectrum, which led to less than effective action and contradictory and wasteful policy since, the ultimate in a contrived plan, as Dr Hayward put it this morning. Like Mr Wannenberg, I spoiled my vote in the 2021 Chief Minister election to reflect that government was formed without clear policy agreement and disconnect from election manifestos, as had happened in 2016 too. Mrs Paul Wilson and Mr Cannon never really agreed on energy policy. You know, what next for the gas field development? What next for power generation, home heating and vehicles? That all remains undecided still. Mr Hooper always preferred Dr Allinson's view of public finances and the role of the state rather than Mr Cannon's, and this ultimately led to the bust-up over Manx care financing, as Mr Hooper explained clearly this morning. And Dr Allinson and Mr Cannon have fundamentally different views on things like tax policy, rates reform, public sector pensions, where public investment should be made, and even on how their living income calculation is used. In essence, I think what Mr Hooper suggested this morning is right. He believes in the Island Plan, and I think some other ministers do too, but I'm not sure that the Chief Minister really does, especially when it rubs up against his personal political view. In my humble opinion, Mr Cannon let me, himself, and the island down in 2021 because he missed the chance to move beyond talking an agenda for change to actual delivery of a government programme with realistic financing and supportive legislation that will make government more effective for people and provide better outcomes for people. Instead, Mr Cannon formed yet another government which used its first 100 days to put together a disappointing island plan rather than taking clear initial steps as agreed with the electorate, as we needed then and we will need in the future. Mr Cannon's government then proceeded to ignore good structures left to it by the previous administration, like the People Strategy, new public service single legal entity, smart services frameworks, and began to include contradictory policies for things like social care. For instance, the NHS principles debate is obviously unresolved, And how can we still be having a review of options for residential and nursing care, including 2 options on the table, which are at opposite ends of the political spectrum? Mr Cannon's government effectively adopted a year zero approach in the apparent belief that they were better than the previous MHKs, just as the 2016 government thought it was better than the government before them. I was worried that this might happen, and that is why I moved Tynwald resolutions in June 2021 to encourage joined-up working and the use of government documents from the last administration by the incoming government. But this Tynwald resolution was ignored, like so many others. I offered Mr Cannon an olive branch when I asked, after his Ransom Tribunal statement in May 2022, whether he was finally going to make use of the 5-year public service reform project left to him. He said no. How can I have real confidence in a leader who is prepared to tear up the good work which had been done by public servants and previous politicians, including several serving in today's Council of Ministers? The second decisive part of my voting decision today is the blatant disregard Mr Cannon has shown to the evidence and standards regarding the development of our valuable hydrocarbon field off Mackald. For 15 months, Mr Cannon has tried to make the decision he thinks best in respect of New Crogger's variation request for the island's gas field. Sadly, Mr Cannon seems to have put corporate interest ahead of the national interest in this, and we are further behind in stewardship and development of our national hydrocarbons under the existing licence than we would have been if I had not been removed that Sunday in July 2023. I will move in Tynwald next month for proper, responsible development of our hydrocarbon resource during the balance of the current licence term up to 2048. Moreover, it is frustrating that Mr Cannon has tolerated, perhaps even encouraged, some New Crogger investors to give a false impression about things, an impression blatantly contradicted by the facts. For instance, I met Crogger people several times as Minister, including its potential agents. Why has government not stated that clearly? I got a funding request for updating the island's drilling regulations to the Economic Strategy Board in spring 2023, a request which was incidentally rejected, so I had to appeal. That fact has been omitted from the government narrative. It was me who came up with the idea of one last 3-month extension to get all the missing information from Crogger, but that was back in July 2023, not July 2024. And the third particular element which has dented my confidence is the tardiness of the Chief Minister and his ministers in recognising the financial fiscal gap we have and the draining of our reserves, our precious financial reserves, and the obvious lack of identified costing and funding for so many island plan and other government strategies and policies. Just last week, it was admitted in the Energy Strategy 2024 update that the energy strategy cannot be decided, as it will not even be costed before next summer. Where does this leave the millions already spent on Erie Stain? Then we had the disguised policy principle to take £500 million from the NI fund, which I have fought to maintain as the bedrock for pensions and social security for many years. What sort of a plan is it that argues a fund which might be depleted in 2046 is better protected by taking half the value of the fund to use on other things? Mr Speaker, don't get me wrong. I can still have confidence in Mr Cannon as Chief Minister. I am impressed by Mr Cannon's eventual acceptance of the need for a turnaround in healthcare and his decision to get involved directly. And that is why I offered to try to contribute to that, just as I joined Infrastructure Department as Minister to contribute to the turnaround there and tried to take personal responsibility for responding to the housing crisis in 2021. And I'm also impressed that the Chief Minister is now vocal about our real financial situation and what needs to be done. But the Chief Minister would have to stand up today to state I was right about how to develop our national gas field and accept some truths regarding things like housing, infrastructure and energy policy. There's no apology needed, just an acknowledgement and an announcement that some things will be done differently from now on. Of course, it was personally frustrating when Mr Cannon caved into pressure from some other ministers to appoint 2 ministers to the Housing Board in February 2022 to outvote me, contrary to the Chief Minister manifesto. Beyond that, it was personally frustrating that the Housing Fund in the 2022 budget was only 2 million, 1 million immediately available, the cost of less than 10 houses, with no hint that any other funds were available. And even the Housing Fund was controlled by Treasury with application only from departments, not the board. Ridiculous government, as described this morning in question time. And of course, it was personally frustrating that progress in tackling housing, connectivity and infrastructure challenges was stalled, sometimes cancelled, when public servants working in those areas were knocked back in the summer of 2023, when Minister Cannon removed me so that the Chief Minister could get control of the Crogger variation request. But this debate and this vote is not about me. It's not indeed about any of us personally. It's not indeed about any of us personally. It is about us collectively representing people and forming their government. Every vote today matters, as Mrs. Paul Wilson stated clearly earlier. If you vote, you have confidence in Mr Cannon as Chief Minister. The public will see you as supporting government in the next couple of years, especially if you also voted for the budget and island plan this year, and against Mrs Christian's excellent fiscal and funding gap motion in July, and Mr Ashford's tax strategy plan in March. If Mr Cannon invites you to join Council of Ministers and Minister, you will need to accept, it seems to both Mr Hooper and myself. Moreover, I doubt you will be able to wriggle out of the support in front of the public we represent at the next election. If you don't agree with the direction government is taking our island, then vote today you have no confidence in Mr Cannon as Chief Minister and his government, whichever faction in Council of Ministers you ultimately support. And make no mistake about it, there are clear differences in Council of Ministers. There was an incredible revelation today that Treasury and DHSC ministers worked together on financial control at Manx Care without apparently telling the Chief Minister and the other ministers. So many have spoken of the need for change, but be honest with yourselves as you vote, as I think Mr Ashford pleaded, rather than speaking one way and voting another. Let's get on with governing and representing the people we represent, but your vote matters. We need to restore stability as soon as possible in the national interest. That does not mean voting for Mr Cannon and his government, regardless of what you really think, as suggested by minister after minister, seemingly. Consensus is good. Pragmatic compromise is the way to do things. Fudge and indecision are not admirable, although deciding wrongly is even worse. By the way, contrary to what has been suggested, it is much harder to work in the backbenches, as you have to do a lot of your own research and prepare your own speeches. Yeah. Although there are lots of wonderful people out there who encourage and help you, and I thank them, each and every one of them. Mr Speaker, I want to believe my honourable friend and colleague Mr Cannon is a credible action man. I have wanted to believe that since 2016. We are aligned on so many things, including now the need for a directly elected Chief Minister. But currently I have no confidence in the Chief Minister and his ministers. I intend to vote today for Mr Glover's motion, even if I am the only other member who does so. I seconded this morning to get the motion debated, but nothing said today has persuaded me from my view that the formation of the government after the 2021 general election failed again, as a contrived plan was formed with personalities more important than policy, unfortunately.
Call on the Honourable Member for Douglas South, Mrs Maltby.
Mr Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Ardwick-Castletown and Maloo for bringing this motion today. It has been a lingering threat for some time, and although I find disruption to the business of the day deeply frustrating, it is probably better to have this debate to settle the matter so we can all just move on. In 2021, when the Honourable Member for Ayr and Michael was elected by the majority of this House, I accepted but did not affirm the democratic decision and pledged that I would work with the Chief Minister and the government he formed for the betterment of the island. The reason my vote was not given to Mr Cannon on that day was because I believed that my policy principles more closely aligned with Dr Allinson, and after working with him, I still believe this to be true. I'm almost sure if my name had been on the ballot, don't worry, it's not happening, but I wouldn't be counting on the vote of the Ayr and Michael MHK either. I strongly believe that we fundamentally stand on very different mandate from the people, and that's okay. It's difficult to say this, as I don't think it's helpful to always rehash the same view that I had 3 years ago. But if the motion before the House today was to elect a new Chief Minister, and the Honourable Member, Mr Cannon, was inclined or crackers enough to put his name forward again, my choice would still not be for him. However, I want to be clear that this is not entirely a reflection on his ability to govern, because, in my opinion, until you've done the job yourself, you can't really pass judgment on someone else who has at least had the gumption to put their name forward and stand. I do believe I share the same priorities as the Chief Minister, but I do not always share the same policy direction and how to achieve those priorities. In fact, we're sometimes starkly different. Parliament is a wonderful place that brings together people from a wide range of backgrounds and viewpoints. There is no other workplace where you would get such an extreme mix of individuals who are in the main passionate and caring, but who all think they've got the right answers. In the real world, I would never have crossed paths with some of you, honourable members. And now I have the privilege to work alongside of you. I have friends who tell me that they could never be in MHK because they couldn't stand the politics of it all. But I have deliberately taken a path in this place that takes me as far away as possible from destructive negativity and focuses on what government can do and is doing well. Without a credible alternative today, my view of working with the chosen one is difficult to change, and I would like to align myself with the comments made by my honourable member for Douglas North, Mr Wannenberg, in this respect. I was elected to serve the people fairly and not just my own ideologies. However painful or hard to say, it is frustrating and it really does pain me to say that. Now, Mr Speaker, there have been many times over the last 3 years that has made me question the judgment of the Chief Minister, and recent events have only added to my concerns. In some ways, I feel that the Chief Minister is protected from losing this motion because of the team he has built around him. I'm sure it's not easy to bring together people and form a council of ministers, but there are some ministers that he has appointed that I have genuine trust in, and I believe he has appointed people that do challenge his views. And for that, I have to respect him. Mr Speaker, I have just as many reasons to vote for this motion as I do to vote against. And my settled position has been very difficult to reach. The fact remains he is not my first choice. However, as my favoured leader is not named within this motion as a credible alternative, what choice do I really have as a responsible member of this House? From listening to members today, it is clear that voting against this motion is not a full-blown endorsement of Alfred Cannon as Chief Minister. I feel the macho reaction by the Chief Minister to the threat of this motion of "bring her on" has a part to play in the feeling of disappointment and has no place in this House. When will he take responsibility for the feelings of discontent being expressed today? Be humble, express some regret in the events that have led up to today. It's never easy or too late to say I may have got some things wrong. Unlike my honourable friend, Miss Farragher, who has resigned her position in government, a decision, by the way, I fully respect and believe was completely the right thing to do for the party members that we also represent in this place, I am in 2 departments. I have come to learn over the last 3 years that the position of influence I do have, especially as someone with my ideologies, can really not afford not to be in. A position only strengthened given the recent speculations and resignation of the former Health and Social Care Minister. Once you've seen firsthand that the decisions on that infamous table and that are being mulled over by honourable members, to walk away now would be letting my constituents who put their trust in me to deal with this and fight against some of these challenges would be letting them down. You can't block anything like the things I've seen from the backbenchers. I disagree with Mr Thomas. You can try, you can even get some positive outcomes, but nothing compares to the day in and day out first-hand experiences I have now gained. I'm not saying I know best, I'm just saying that the personal experience I have, I can attest to. The voice at the table has and will always have the biggest and best chance to make a difference. Mr Speaker, now more than ever, we need to work together represent our constituents, represent our views, but most importantly, represent ourselves with dignity, respecting one another, and the diversity we bring to this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Chief has a habit of looking directly in the eyes of members when he makes a speech, and does not address his comments to the Chair, as we're all supposed to. I don't like it. I find it deeply uncomfortable. I'd much prefer him to do, as we all try to do through you. Today, however, he has hardly lifted his gaze from the floor. So, in replicating the style of the Chief Minister, I will address my final comments directly to him. For the first time, I can see that these words that have been spoken in this place have made an impact. Ministers, who are normally very measured and reasonable, said that they would leave Coman. It's just too big to ignore. I do believe this motion has hurt you. But guess what, Chief? It's hurt us all. However, you now have the power to heal the wounds opened up during this past year. Your ministers today have showed great loyalty to you. In a step to return the favour to them, you could at the very least give honourable members expressing their disappointment today a smidgen of the respect that has been shown to you. Not just lip service, but real, genuine authenticity. Please, for the sake of our nation, show you can make amends. Show me you are listening. Go on, mate.
Ms Edge, Honourable Member Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start really and just thank the Honourable Member for Aubrey Castaner-Malou for giving all of us this opportunity here today to have a say and hopefully be listened to. But it does sadden me today to stand here feeling like I am actually having to defend my island, protect its independence and why it can continue to be that proud island that our emblem stands for. Whichever way you throw us, we will stand. The symbol represents resilience, resourcefulness and hope in the Isle of Man. But today, here we are debating a motion about our current Chief Minister. This is a serious situation, Honourable Members. I've served the people of the Isle of Man for over 40 years in the public, private sectors, the various areas of government, health, local government, Manx utilities, education. All areas of the public sector that reach every person and every home in our island every day. I've been, and I'm still proud to be in this Parliament in my 8th year, alongside our current Chief Minister. You might be thinking, why is she saying this? Well, this is why. What have I seen that has gone wrong? I genuinely believe it started long before the current Chief Minister, when we went to a ministerial system of government. Not this Chief Minister. He is in a system that doesn't work. It does not work. It's not a system of good government. It's not got good structure. It's a system of ego, power structures to reach to the top, whether that's in parliamentary or in offices. It was much better, more accountable, Honourable Members, when we had robust board structures with accountable leaders, once keeping our government grounded, responsible and transparent. Eight years ago, Mr. Alfred Cannon MHK, our Chief Minister, was a strong, decisive individual whose manifesto aligned in many areas of my own. And to quote from his manifesto, and this was in 2016, Honourable Members, "We must have confidence that the Isle of Man has the ability, resilience and strength of character to find ways of delivering successful outcomes for all. Key to this will be an integrated island vision and plan that supports hard-working families." Are we seeing that today, honourable members. We will create job opportunities through focused support for local businesses to grow and develop, whilst ensuring our society is created and fair for everyone. Are we saying that today, honourable members? We've had crisis after crisis for our local businesses, particularly hospitality and many businesses closing. In our search to bring business and success, this is also in the manifesto, to the island, we sometimes forget that it is our own people that are our best asset. Yeah. For the promotion of this island. Did you hear that, honourable members? Back in 2016, our own people are our best asset. If we want to be successful, we have to deliver services, and we have to deliver them in such a manner that gives confidence to our people. That is why, and this is the Chief Minister back then, I will be seeking a plan for the island simple to understand, delivers the basic services to a high standard, creates an environment we can be proud of, and that gives people and businesses freedom and platforms to flourish. Sorry, Mr Morehouse, I've had to use the word flourish, but it wasn't in the Chief Minister's manifesto. Honourable members, that was our Chief Minister 8 years ago. Strong, decisive, and had a plan. The heart of today's debate lies a simple yet essential question. What kind of leadership does the Isle of Man need to face the challenges ahead and realise our full potential? We need one that our people deserve, providing clarity, resilience and accountability, and vision from their government with strong leadership. We all want and look forward to the secure future for our island. That's what we're all in here for, honourable members. We want the Chief Minister showing leadership and, above all, conviction in his style of governance that's not only forward-looking but grounded in those decisive, consistent actions, not with ministers that don't know or understand. In today's fast-changing world, we need a Chief Minister who can balance thoughtful consideration with the ability to make firm decisions that are clearly communicated and backed by evidence for the people with accessible public services. A strong leader will build that trust by standing firmly behind his decisions, or hers, even if they prove challenging, and by remaining transparent and open about their reasoning. What's required is strong direction, inspiring confidence for our people, businesses, and also for us in here. Chief Minister has shown resilience and adaptability, and we all know that every leader may have to, at times, change course. But any changes should be agile, carefully considered, and clearly explained to maintain our public trust and our institutional integrity. Sadly, as I experienced when being financially responsible, following all policy and process in a strategic direction supported and approved by the Council of Ministers, when I was Minister for Education, Sport and Culture, we've seen a U-turn. And this is where the problem lies, honourable members. It was a U-turn carried out behind closed doors, probably with those senior ministers we hear about, but are behind those hidden doors of power. In Comyn, other Comyn members didn't know it was happening. Never mind the public. Who made those decisions, honourable members? To gain public confidence in a financially responsible way needs to involve strategic planning, discipline and transparent oversight and reporting. Recurring patterns of reversal on policy decisions without sufficient transparency or explanation have led to that perception of instability in government's direction. How many changes have we seen to the uncosted island plan? It changes every time something's not delivered. That's not showing leadership, that's showing weakness. That's the Chief Minister not standing up and holding his ministers to account for their delivery. There's many instances where transparency has been compromised. When significant decisions are made without the full visibility, clear explanations and financial scrutiny, it has risk of alienating all us members as well as the public that we serve, and therefore the credibility of the government. Culture has not changed. My own experience, where I was undermined, proved the undermining nature of the current Council of Ministers and government makeup, where it's not full, respectful collaboration. I was advised you keep voting against Comyn and going on about whistleblowing. Yes, that's because some of the policy direction is what's got us in the spotlight with the public, more so than normal. A culture that cost us over £3 million for Dr. Rosalind Ranson. That's one, and there are many more. The reason we're here today is because abuse of that said culture, that hasn't changed. We've seen elements of it today from some of our ministers. I didn't want to hear here today threatening resignations. That's not us all trying to work together and move forward. I found that really unprofessional. It was implying nobody else can do their jobs. Let's have respect for everybody, honourable members. I do relate to some of the comments for the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Dr. Allinson, and the lack of knowledge and that experience that we are experiencing in here at the present time. The history, the culture and the governance of our island, I find sometimes it's quite alarming that we're in here without that knowledge or knowing how to fix a problem following good governance and fiscal responsibility. Ministers are trusted with carrying out complex critical duties, but they do deserve consistent support and backing from leadership, and to be effective in their roles, ministers do require good experience and knowledge in all areas, particularly the ones they have responsibility for. But I do feel our Chief Minister has enabled some undermining with immature hearsay and no respect for current policy and laws. In order to move forward constructively, I believe we need a strong professional leader that's not afraid to tackle poor delivery in their own team. Even if it is their best friend, the Isle of Man does deserve better. We need to take stock. This is not just a dent in Comyn's pride. This is a wake-up call for Comyn. We need a government that's fostering good collaborative working. We need people that are prepared to stand up and be honest and say, I don't know, instead of just answering questions, no, or it's not my responsibility. That's not what we all deserve in here. The following areas of policy decisions that I did raise, but it was in the previous administration, over major risk for our island and its reputation that were ignored. I raised visas back in October 2020. I raised concerns about tracking individuals, visas for cash. We're supposed to track an individual when they arrive on our island. That responsibility was held at that point in time by the Department for Enterprise. We all know, honourable members, what's happened in 2024. That could have been different if somebody had listened 4 years previously. We keep hearing the word listened. There hasn't been a lot of it. Residency controls. I raised with the Chief Minister in November 2022. I sent him the Residence Act 2001 that's been sitting on a shelf. There's no excuses. We don't want to be too late pulling that drawbridge up. We were asked for top priorities. Mine, honourable members, were fiscal responsibility, only spend within income limit. Stop all non-essential spend, including refocus capital budgets. Education. Invest, it's our island's future. And I heard the Honourable Member for Middle today saying that none of us challenged on their 6 priorities. I did, Honourable Member. I did back in July, whenever it came forward. I said education does not feature in our top 6, and I found that quite remarkable. My 3rd priority was health. Manx, well, it wasn't in that order, but Manx Care budgetary control. Make sure that we can hold them to account. We should have had them as a full statutory board, so they were accountable to Tynwald. And then this, I felt, was one of the really key ones, and that was connectivity. A secure island with infrastructure that's accessible, network of connections for travel and business. But it did have to include securing our borders, immigration and residency control. We've got legislation that's slow coming through. Important legislation that's been prioritised by a committee, but it's not necessarily being prioritised for what we need here, right now, for the people of the Isle of Man. We've always had pride in ourselves in the agility to grasp the next economic opportunity, done in conjunction with the best strategic business leaders. We need to build our digital future, sharing the expertise to get projects over the line. Digital transformation and investment has been around for at least 15 years. But I keep seeing the same presentation of the nice visual wheel linking all the silos through a digital transformation programme. We still watch the same slide, just got different colours on it. The public cannot be fooled anymore. All I hear is, that's not all I hear from my constituents, I hear lots, but we can't get a GP, we cannot get a dentist. Let's fix and invest in our primary care. Let's make sure all of our doctors' surgeries are accessible through the NHS app. Don't turn around and say the doctors won't invest in it. Surely that's a brilliant strategic step forward and worthwhile investment for the Isle of Man to make sure that we do that. So therefore, that would be a modern health service that people can access their own records, make appointments, look at their blood results. Let's not waste our doctors' time. We need to urgently look, Chief Minister, if I'm to give you my support today, at the size of the public sector. It keeps increasing. In this administration alone, it's increased far more than I've ever seen. And that's not responsible to our people. That's putting a noose around our people's neck. We've had review after review and no action taken. A structural review is the starting point. What do we need to do to deliver the services we require for the Isle of Man now? Not a bloated system that's been there forever and a day that just keeps getting bigger and bigger. That is where the strain is coming on all of our people that we represent. They are paying for that creep and mission creep of all those roles. We need to work with our good officers and find a way forward. If education needs more people or health needs more people, let's look at the areas of government that shouldn't be continuing the same old way. The basic services to our people are the most important. We could have easily saved throughout government £220,000 for those people waiting for elective operations, because we have got bloat in areas. We have got bloat. A shift towards more emphasis on transparency would deepen trust and involve all islanders. This is easy to achieve with clear policy direction, clear and accountable frameworks for government, but also local government. What does the Chief Minister need to do to secure and change my views today? I want to hear from him. I want to hear a strong leader with solutions. I appreciate the efforts and challenges that he's navigated. There are clear and constructive steps that could secure my support moving forward. A Chief Minister that should commit to a standard of openness on major decisions. Clear communication of the evidence, the rationale and the long-term benefits of each decision. A consistent approach that the public and honourable members can rely on will provide the stability needed to inspire our confidence. Supportive and respectful leadership is a must if we're going to foster a culture of respect and support in all of us. We therefore need a leader with a strong team spirit that can ensure all areas of government have proper, experienced political oversight that will grasp the immediate issues for our people, deliver the simple fixes and remove anything that's not necessary, and have that productivity that aligns with what our people need. It needs done right now, Chief Minister. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I think this moment is actually an opportunity to strengthen our leadership for the benefit of all on our island. The qualities of transparency, consistency and respect for collaboration are essential to ensuring that we serve the public in a manner they can trust and be proud of. Let's build that government that not only meets the challenges of today, but also lays a firm vision and future for generations to come, not acting on hearsay and unprofessional childish behaviour. But one thing that frightens me the most today with this vote is that it could give carte blanche of a mandate to carry on. Carry on in the same way. But in my view, there are many areas of wrong direction for our island. We cannot afford for the next 2 years for a Chief Minister that doesn't hold his ministers to account. We all know it's not right. We know we need to change. And if that takes questioning the leadership to achieve it, we have to do it. I do hope that the Chief Minister's listened to all contributions today, makes the necessary changes to any areas of failure, and that he holds all honourable members and his ministers to account, but reassures members today that he will have that utmost respect for all honourable members and, more importantly, the people that we're all in here to serve. And that's including the members that have stood up today saying they'll resign. I did see that as a little bit of a threat. And absolutely shocking, in my view, to come from current sitting ministers. But I will wait, and I do hope that the Chief Minister will answer some of the concerns from all honourable members today and give us that direction that we do deserve if he does remain in his post. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All member for Douglas East, Mrs. Barber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard many contributions today, and I'm sure they've given all of us much cause to reflect. I'd first like to address the suggestion made by the mover of a secret vote. I have not heard any member wanting a secret vote. In fact, I've only heard one comment about this from a political commentator in the media. In fact, many of those seated here supported me with my successful move to make every vote in this and the other place public. Whatever our views, we must all be able to justify how we act to our constituents and to our island. So I'm not aware there's been any suggestion of suspending standing orders to allow a secret vote, and I hope that speculation will not be used to further spread any concern or distrust. And I thought it was important to make that clear. When the Chief Minister was elected, I made it clear that I would take a ministerial post, but I would equally happily work in a department or serve on a scrutiny committee or statutory board. Ultimately, I was elected to do my best, and the exact way to achieve this was not the imperative for me, and neither is it today. I may be one of the few people who stood and cried at Government House on the day we were to be sworn in, unsure even to the last moment whether I should take on the role of minister. And I suspect our Chief Minister is one of the few people who found himself consoling a potential minister on day one. I can assure you all that imposter syndrome and profound self-doubt have been a consistent feature for me over the last few years, and I know I am not alone. This motion has brought all of that flooding back. Because as so many honourable members have explained, and despite Mr Hooper's counter-position, you cannot have a vote of no confidence in the Chief Minister without extending that lack of confidence to the group of ministers who make all of those decisions together. In reality, the only real choice the Chief Minister has full autonomy over is who the ministers will be, and any vote of no confidence in them must extend surely to their choices of those ministers. We want a bold, strong and decisive Chief Minister and ministers. But they're knocked at each turn. It hurts, it impacts, it changes us. Bold and decisive equals arrogant, calm and quiet equals weak. There are many suggestions I've seen in the public domain around what we want, and you can't be all of those things. When we act as a department or a statutory board, we act as a team. When we act as Comyn, we act as a team. And ultimately, when we act as Tynwald, we are viewed as a team. This certainly does not mean we should not challenge robustly and ensure that decisions are made based on sound evidence and good governance. We should and we must. And I am sure I have disagreed with all honourable members in here at some point or the other, and it is healthy to do so. But I remain certain that every person in here stood for election to make a positive difference to our island. I am also clear that the best way to achieve those positive differences is to take on roles and contribute to the forming and the scrutiny of policy to achieve the outcomes that we want to see. The best way to make a difference is to be part of the solution. But I'm also sure it's the hardest way. It's far easier to sit on the outside and throw stones, despite it invariably achieving nothing. I have an immense amount of respect for anyone who put the needs of our island before themselves and takes on a government role, whether that be a ministerial role or a chair role or indeed the Chief Minister role. They certainly don't make for an easier life. And as the past has shown us, they certainly don't help those seeking re-election. Luckily, despite this often being assumed, re-election has never been the priority for the politicians that I have had the pleasure to meet throughout my tenure. When I first got elected in 2016, I took on 2 departmental roles, Vice Chair of the Post Office and member of the Environment and Infrastructure Policy Review Committee. I later became a member of the Public Accounts Committee as well as serving on a number of select committees. This allowed me to directly influence many areas of government policy. There were times when I did not agree with the direction of government. Some of you who were there might have noticed. And the privilege of being elected as an MHK is the ability to ask parliamentary questions, to table motions for debates that can change the course of government policy, and to bring private members' bills to change the laws of our land. These are the routes I have used to achieve change where I disagreed with government direction, alongside the good old-fashioned method of having a chat with someone and explaining what, and most importantly why, you think a change is needed. And this has served me really well. I thank the honourable members who have adopted these methods with me as Minister. I want to understand different views, and we all want to make the best policy for our island. The Island Plan is a living document brought before Tynwald to outline the areas that we as a government see as a priority. It is not and has never been set in stone, and an element of it could be changed by a successful motion from an honourable member. The clarity of the island plan aids economic stability, provides focus, and allows government to be held to account. We have seen some changes to the island plan with a reprioritisation and will undoubtedly see more before the end of this administration. In the discussions about Manx Care, it is right we explore all options. That does not mean that we would not discount some very quickly, but we should ensure we have looked at everything to do justice to the situation. We should seek assurance about efficiencies. We must spend time understanding the risks around decisions. And if, after that work is done, additional funding is needed, then we must examine how we can facilitate that. All of this requires engagement with the public about priorities. We simply cannot do everything. We may not all be idealistically aligned due to the nature of our model, being a government of independence, mostly. But we must all work together for the good of our island, with the island plan providing a focus for that. Yet, here we are, on the day before a significant first budget for the new administration in our neighbouring jurisdiction of the UK, and we are discussing the relative pros and cons of one individual who was rightly and properly elected through a democratic process, both by the electorate and by ourselves. I am certain there are more productive uses of our time, although I acknowledge the absolute right of any member to bring such a motion. To conclude, should this motion be successful today, I don't intend to threaten anyone. That's not my intention. But I absolutely have to put on record that I would immediately resign my position as Minister, and I will not present myself to serve in the successive government. I have to put my mental health first in this regard. I am happy to affirm my confidence in our Chief Minister. He may not be perfect, none of us are, but I believe he is more than capable of doing this job effectively and needs the support of us all working together for the best interests of our island. A vote of no confidence in the Chief Minister, as I say, can only possibly be construed as a vote of no confidence in the whole Council of Ministers, whatever attempts there might be to spin it differently. Every public or civil servant that I have had the privilege of working with across the Isle of Man government wants the best for our island. Every person in this honourable chamber wants the best for our island. And I ask you to consider before you press your button today, is this the best thing for our island? I encourage honourable members not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, not to cause months of focus on a Chief Minister election, a new government being formed and a new direction of travel determined, but to table motions to change the elements of government policy with which you disagree. Let's debate and vote and allow true democracy to continue to run its course as it has done in this honourable place and the other place for over 1,000 years. Thank you.
Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have been challenged 3 times, I think, to respond to this debate by the mover, the Honourable Member for Douglas South, Mrs. Christian, and by Mrs. Edge. I am, of course, always willing to respond to debate, but in all honesty, today has been about listening and reflection. I want to thank Honourable Members for reflections that, in the main, have had relevance and foresight. I wish to thank Mrs. Christian and Mrs. Edge for coming to see me, and indeed to those Honourable Members who have offered advice to me by phone and in person. My door is and always will be open whilst I continue to serve. I particularly want to thank my Council of Ministers whose support today has been humbling. Mr. Speaker, many Honourable Members have reflected on the times in which we are living. They are both hard and also transitional, and I cannot but recognise and understand the frustrations of our society at present. There is no doubt that COVID has compounded the fragilities of a domestic economy that has faced a number of difficulties since the financial crash in 2008. Real terms pay for low to medium earners has declined, the tax burden has increased in some areas, and demand for public services is stretching frontline services. When combined with changes in societal behaviours and demographics, it is understandable that some sectors of our economy are struggling more than others. These and other frustrations have seen multiple changes in political leadership across the British Isles and further afield over the past 3 years, but I am unsure and uncertain what exactly has been solved. We must keep working for our people, Mr. Speaker. We are a parliament of consensus, but consensus in its own ways can also be tough. I have no doubt that political service cannot mean can at times mean foregoing your own personal political preferences. And I thank those honourable members serving in government who frequently have to wrestle with their conscience in the name of progress. Believe it or not, I also respect those who determine they must forge another path where there is a policy direction or ideology at stake. But the storms are all around us, and those decisions should not be taken lightly. Change for change's sake must be avoided. We are making slow progress, but there is progress nonetheless on our island. We will not agree on everything, nor should we. As Roosevelt said, there is no effort without error and shortcoming, and of that I know I am at times guilty. Where I have fallen short, I am sorry. For the past 8 years serving as Chief Minister and Treasury Minister, I've always committed the maximum effort each day to my job, seeking always to do what is best for the people of the Isle of Man. Honourable members, whatever the outcome today, I can assure you I will continue to serve as long as you will have me as first among equals, responsibly, humbly, but wholeheartedly for you, your constituents and our island.
Yeah. Go on and move it to reply.
Very mild Lord. First of all, I want to thank my seconder, Mr. Thomas. I knew, bringing this motion, I was going to get a kicking. It generally happens to somebody who brings a motion of this type to any parliament. They are the one who is going to face a bruising encounter. But I was prepared to take that because this needed to come to the House. I didn't seek a quick headline, as some have said. I did one interview in the lead into this debate. I even gave acknowledgement that we could do it in a week's time, so everybody had time to prepare, because I felt it was really important that we did that. I didn't seek a seconder. I let that evolve naturally. I didn't lobby. The main thing was to bring this debate here because it had to happen. My door was open if people wanted to talk. Some did, some didn't. But I didn't actively lobby. We needed to have this debate. I was even honest in interviews, in the interview that I did, that I didn't think it would succeed. But the debate needed to happen. And somebody had to have you use inappropriate language, so I'll not to. Yeah, the strength, let's put it that way, to bring that here, despite the fact that it was going to be a costly exercise for that person personally. They were going to get a kicking. I accept that. It wasn't done for me to gain anything politically whatsoever. We needed this debate. This whole call about a confidence vote in the Chief Minister has been festering away for well over a year. In here and in the outside world. Festering away. I think the phrase I used in the one interview I gave was that the boil needed to be lanced, and that is the sole objective for bringing this here today. It needed bringing because there's been tension. Tension in here and in the other place. And that needs to be addressed. And that tension was not just over policies, but it was also over the manner in which things were being done. And that's why we needed to come in here and all make a contribution. And I think in here everybody has made a contribution, bar about 3 people. So it has been worthwhile. It was also an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for those contributors to show their true colours. And I think we saw quite a lot of that today. And the public will now be aware of those true colours as well. Some exaggerated the whole, what if this does succeed? Well, Guernsey and Jersey have gone through the process. I haven't seen the sky falling in the Channel Islands as a result of votes of no confidence. I found the talk of resignation from ministers somewhat arrogant as well. And the problem with that is that their loyalty shouldn't be just to one person. It should be to the people of the Isle of Man. It should be to the people of the Isle of Man. Then there's appeals for everybody to work together, but they're not prepared to work with anybody else should the motion be successful. It can't be both ways. It cannot be both ways. So I accept bringing this. Will it give me a kicking? And the other person who's had a kicking from some quarters, of course, is the Chief Minister. And I welcome his closing statement there. And I did say as well in my speech that if it's unsuccessful, which I was pretty certain it would be, I hope we get a different style, more conciliatory, less cutthroat, and more inclusive. And I stand by that and will support that. But this debate needed to happen for the good of our island's people, where there is that frustration out there, but also for us here working in different ways, I know, all to try and make a difference and make a better Isle of Man for our people. A number of people spoke about policy, and I agree with Douglas South, member in particular, but these have got to be costed policies. And that's part of the problem we've got. We need social housing. When was the last time we had a new social housing development? And there's a massive strain there. We've had redevelopments, but not a new added development. Dentist health, cost efficiency in government, budget were mentioned. Those are all real big issues out there that people really do want to see being addressed. I hope today is the start of the many serious conversations that we need to have, Mr. Speaker, on major policy areas and major problems that our island does face. And I hope today, and I respect everybody who has spoken, that this is the start of more conversation and more debate about the really awkward questions that we need to ask each other if we are to move this administration forward over the last 2 years. We all want that, but we needed to have this awkward debate today. I haven't done this with any ease at all. It's not been a good week for my mental health either, and I empathise with the minister there, the member there for Douglas North. It's not been easy, it's been horrible. I'm sure it's been for the Chief Minister and every other member in here. It's not been done for that. This has been done to try and lance that boil, as I put it, to bring that conversation into here so that we can clear the air and move on, move forward. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is at item 2 on your order paper. The question is that this House has no confidence in the Honourable Alf Cannon, MHK, as Chief Minister. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say no.
No. Divide.
Motion called. Six for, 18 against. The noes have it. The noes have it. We turn then, honourable members, to item 3 on our order paper, bills for second reading, and the Charities Registration Regulation Amendment Bill 2024. And I call on Ms Lord Brennan to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Charities Registration and Regulation Amendment Bill 2024 is an important but short piece of legislation that will amend Section 45 of the existing Charities Registration and Regulation Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I'm moving this bill today in the House of Keys, really on behalf of the Attorney General's Chambers. This bill arises from a recommendation in the report titled Review of the Role of His Majesty's Attorney General, conducted by Stephen Wooler. The Council of Ministers supported this recommendation in June 2023 as part of its overall response to the report, and it was subsequently supported in the other place on the 19th of July 2023. Specifically, the bill addresses recommendations regarding the functions of the Attorney General as the Registrar and Regulator of Charities. I am sure all honourable members will agree that our charitable sector contributes significantly to our community and plays a crucial role in supporting the welfare of our island community and many, many other initiatives that take place. Mr Speaker, the primary objective of this amendment is to empower the Attorney-General to delegate his regulatory powers under Part 8 of the Act. The delegation of regulatory powers is aimed at enhancing the efficiency and effectiveness of our charity oversight, which is a very important role that the Attorney-General plays. By allowing the Attorney-General to delegate these responsibilities, we can ensure that regulatory functions are managed in a timely manner and that resources are utilised more effectively, with the aim of fostering a more collaborative approach between the regulator and stakeholders. At paragraph 3.4.4 of his report, Mr Waller recommended that the Charities Registration and Regulation Act 2019 should be amended to provide for the Attorney-General to delegate to suitably experienced staff regulatory decisions or categories of such decisions that, in his view, do not require the personal attention of a Crown officer. The existing Charities Registration and Regulation Act 2019 includes provisions for that delegation, namely that, firstly, certain administrative and regulatory functions can be delegated to officers within chambers at section 45. Secondly, investigatory powers can be delegated, section 37. And thirdly, that the Attorney-General's functions can be delegated to the Registrar General. This bill will replace section 45, granting the Attorney-General unconstrained authority to appoint officers within chambers to perform functions related to charities. The ability to appoint others for investigatory matters remains unchanged by this proposed amendment, as is often the case in practice. The bill does not alter the existing powers regarding arrangements with the Registrar General, as Mr Waller did not propose delegating the Attorney-General's functions to the Registrar General. The bill provides the Attorney-General with the authority to delegate regulatory functions to officers within chambers. I'm happy to say that in conjunction with the introduction of this legislation and following feedback from both honourable members and the third sector, the Attorney-General intends to implement a series of significant non-legislative changes to enhance registration, regulation and accessibility of charitable organisations on the Isle of Man. In response to stakeholder feedback, the regulatory approach is one of educating, engaging and explaining before moving to enforcement action. In order to encourage new charity trustees and volunteers and support those who already carry out that role, the Attorney-General has launched these new measures to support, guide and educate charity trustees and to provide valued volunteers with reassurance of that commitment of support from the regulator when they take on this vital role. Key changes will include the electronic filing of notifications to the Attorney-General and more engagement with charities directly prior to the rejection of forms or accounts. The Attorney-General is keen to maintain a risk-based approach to the scrutiny of accounts to ensure that the register and charity records are current and accessible to members of the public. Despite limited resource, upgrades to the database, website and guidance are also a work in progress, with future improvements that will be guided by continued essential stakeholder engagement and feedback. Clinics for those who are carrying out a charity role are set to commence at the end of November. These clinics, with the Attorney-General's chambers and the staff working in that function to do with charities, will provide an opportunity for charity trustees and volunteers to drop in and meet the charities team and be supported with any questions or concerns or issues that they might have with carrying out the administration of charities. The Attorney-General and the small team at Chambers are keen to encourage any new volunteers and trustees to take up their new role and can provide support in bringing a good understanding of a charity's legal responsibilities from the outset and throughout. The intention behind these measures is also to ensure that the register of charities remains current, to reduce delays in processing notifications and accounts, and to redirect resources towards ensuring compliance from charities whose activities may pose a risk to the public. It is hoped that these measures will provide support and reassurance, particularly for smaller charities who need guidance and education in order to comply with the relevant statutory requirements, and that delays in processing and responding are significantly reduced to alleviate pressure on those charities with limited resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move that the Charities Registration and Regulation Amendment Bill 2024 is read for a second time.
On the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Dr. Allenson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second.
Put the question that the Charities Registration and Regulation Amendment Bill 2024 be read for a second time. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'm advised, Honourable Members, that the Treasury Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2024 is not to be moved for second reading today. So, in accordance with the House's earlier motion, we return to questions for all answer. Next up is question number 10. I call on the Honourable Member for Onchan, Ms Edge, to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture on what legislative basis University College of Man and other providers offer accredited educational and professional courses to students in the island, in the UK and beyond.
On the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The legal basis for which UCM offers further and higher education courses is provided for within the Education Act. Section 31 of the Act allows for provision of higher education. The Department can make arrangements as it considers appropriate for the higher education of persons in the island who are beyond compulsory school age. This can be done through universities, colleges and other educational institutions on the island or elsewhere, leading to degrees, diplomas or other qualifications. These arrangements may also include financial support as per regulations under Section 37 of the Act, such as the Education Student Awards Regulations. Section 32 enables the provision of continuing education, training and support. The Department can make arrangements for the continuing education, training and support of people on the island who have finished their full-time education, as well as their employers. The Department can use or arrange the use of school or college facilities for these purposes. Section 33 gives the Department powers for the provision and maintenance of colleges, including the governance and powers to affiliate its colleges with universities. Section 52 allows the Department to regulate the granting of applicable awards in the Isle of Man. It provides that the Department of Education, Sport and Culture has the authority to regulate the awarding of degrees and other academic distinctions by Isle of Man institutions. It allows the Department to take enforcement action against organisations which, without its permission, offer awards which may reasonably be taken to be a degree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response, particularly around Section 52 that you've just commented on with regards what framework is in place to adhere to Section 52 in the regulation.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure what the Honourable Member is getting at. Is it about the framework for qualifications or the framework? As I've identified, there are the specific sections in the Act which enable the Department to engage with other bodies, such as Section 33 of the Education Act, granting the Department powers to enter into the agreement with a university for the purposes of affiliating the university with any college provided by the Department. It's on that basis that UCM has an affiliation agreement with the University of Chester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Minister said it's under Section 52 and that the Department can regulate for the awarding of degrees. So how does the Department do that? What framework is currently in place?
Minister to reply.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I think I've answered the question. I'm not understanding what further information the Honourable Member wants.
Ms Edge, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is this supplementary or just extra information? Okay. So the Department can actually award a body to do degrees under the regulations under Section 52. So if an organisation was to apply to the Department today, what's the process behind that?
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks, Honourable Member. The Department would need to make regulations. There's no framework in place. We would introduce enabling regulations to introduce the appropriate regulatory framework for quality assurance in relation to the awards and the institution conferring them.
Supplementary question, Mr Thomas.
Thank you very much. So to revert to my question this morning about does the Department of Education, Sport and Culture welcome other providers of professional and other tertiary education in the Isle of Man, do I understand correctly now that there's a monopoly provision in the Isle of Man of people who partner with the University College of Man? And if so, is the department minded to approach Council of Ministers and the Office of Fair Trading about that monopoly?
Mr. to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I missed the last part about that the Honourable Member said.
Would you be willing to approach Council Ministers about that monopoly?
No.
Return to question 11, which has been withdrawn. Apologies. Question 12, call on the Honourable Member for Onken, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I hope this isn't a no answer. We've just had that debate. So, can I ask the Minister for Health and Social Care what savings there will be by suspending contracts for Cooth and Quell and what the impact of suspending the services will be?
Call on the Minister for Health and Social Care to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The savings directly associated with suspending Cooth and Quell provision for the remainder of the financial year 24-25 would be £29,844. Following data correct as of the 25th of July 2024 demonstrates demand for the previous 2 years. Cooth children 962 registrations, Quell adults 1,350 registrations. The absence of Cooth and Quell provision may result in increased demand for existing secondary mental health services, in particular the community wellbeing psychological therapy service. The integrated mental health service will closely monitor the impact following any associated increase in waiting times.
Ms Edge, supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Clearly there's a significant number of children as well as adults registered, and you've actually admitted that it's going to put possible extra pressure on services which cost a lot more. Will the Minister go back to the department and consider whether we can keep that service open for a very small amount of money, 29,000?
Minister to reply.
So, obviously this is not a mandated service as I understand it, so it's not directly mandated, but obviously we will be keeping a close oversight and eye on all those services that Manx Care so far indicated that they are willing to push back on or reprioritise in terms of finding the money they need for this financial year.
Supplementary question, Mrs Corlett.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wonder if the Minister could just confirm that the intention with this service is to suspend, not end.
Yes, as it is proposed at the moment, I understand it is suspended for the remainder of the financial year.
Supplementary question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that it's a 24/7 service replacement that the integrated services are covering? Because obviously Cooth and Quell is 24/7, so are the integrated services 24/7 for the individuals? But is he also aware, and can he check, does any other department of government, particularly the Department of Education, pay towards this service anyway?
Minister to reply.
I'm not aware that other departments are paying towards this service. As far as I know, this is simply funded from within the Manx Care budget, and it's unlikely that it is going to, as these are online e-services, then it's unlikely that they will be replaced directly with full 24-hour provision.
And to question 13, call on the Honourable Member for Rushen, Dr Hayward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Health and Social Care how many Manx Care doctors have in each of the last 3 financial years claimed per week. On average, less than 10 programmed activities, PAs, 10 to 12 PAs, 13 to 19 PAs, 20 to 24 PAs, and more than 25 PAs, to include the units that are claimed for continuing professional development and management activities.
Call on the Minister for Health and Social Care to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the following figures are based on the figures provided at the 25th of March each year. So in March 2022, 5 individuals' average PA for the month was 7.45. In March 2023, 5 individuals average PA for the month was 7.625, and in March 2024, 5 individuals average PA for the month was 7.425. In March 2022, 29 individuals average PA for the month was 11.829. In March 23, 28 individuals was 11.888. In March 24, 36 individuals average PA for the month was 11.899. In March 2022, 70 individuals average PA for the month was 14.514. In March 2023, 79 individuals average PA for the month was 14.554. And in March 2023, 90 individuals average PA for the month was 14.552. In the same period, there were no PAs over 20.
Supplementary question, Dr. Hayward.
Thank you. A doctor working full-time typically does 10 PAs or sessions a week, and those PAs equate to about 4 hours. So the EU Working Time Directive suggests that doctors should not be working in excess of 48 hours a week. Is the Health Minister certain that the doctors are not being overworked, which would compromise both their safety, patient safety, and their own welfare?
Minister to reply.
Well, clearly, negotiations on doctors' pay terms and conditions and their working conditions are a matter for Manx Care. And I know that within their considerations that are currently taking place around contracts and future contracts, health and safety for patients will clearly remain of paramount concern.
Supplementary question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that all of these PAs are their standard contracts, or is there additional PAs in there to attract people and retain them on the island?
Minister.
So there is additional PAs. As I understand it, the clinical lead, for example, will get 1 PA, the clinical director will get 3 PAs within their standard contract.
Supplementary, Dr. Hayward.
Thank you. Job planning is a critical tool for managing consultants' workloads and the activity that they're delivering, and so having job plans in place for all of our consultants is really important. What progress has been made on job planning for our consultants to ensure that their workloads are managed appropriately?
So I know this matter is ongoing within Manx Care. When the Honourable Member asks me what progress is being made, I would have to redetermine for her, which I'm happy to do, exactly what that start point is and what the position is as at today, but I'm happy to provide that information.
Supplementary question, Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister in this case, is he aware of any issues with the recording of job plans, for example, the potential duplication of PAs being recorded in job plans, or any other concerns that have been raised about PAs and the way that job plans are being pulled together, overseen and then delivered?
Minister to reply.
Well, I don't have that level of detail, and I'm not aware of the specific concerns. What I am aware of is that those negotiations are ongoing, and very much it should be factored into next year's planning, both in terms from a mandate perspective, but also from a budgetary perspective. The resilience needs to be inbuilt, but also clear direction and policy needs to be set so that all these matters can be aligned, and that we're clear about what the objectives that Manx Care has to fulfil, and of course be clear of the importance that we're placing on that in terms of the role of our doctors and nurses in delivering healthcare.
Supplementary, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I know there's been a lot of data here today, but you talked about management activities being included in this, but the question actually asks about continued professional development as well. But can the Minister confirm that without continued professional development, doctors may lose their registration?
Minister to reply.
So yes, absolutely continued professional development is included and should be included within the standard contract. As I understand it, the 7.5 PAs of the 10 that are outlined in the standard contract are for direct clinical activities, and that the 2.5 PAs that is programmed in are for additional activity, which I also understand leads to their continued professional development activities.
Supplementary, Dr Hayward.
Thank you. Using the data that the Health Minister has just presented, that would mean there are potentially 90 doctors that are working in excess of 48 hours a week. Does he consider that to be safe?
Minister to reply.
So I understand that extra PAs are allocated for on-call as well, so it's not always straightforward that they are working, specifically working for every PA allocation that they get. As I said, health and safety and maintaining professional standards and ensuring that our doctors and nurses are working safely is very much a matter for Manx Care. I've certainly not had any indication there is any sort of threat within this, and as I say, some of the PA allocation is not just necessary for direct work, but can be given as extra for on-call work.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I think the Honourable Member for Rushen has touched on something important here. So the Chief Minister said there are 90 doctors working on average of 14.5 PAs. I think in a written answer he recently gave to the other member for Rushen, talked about there being the highest number being 17.5 PAs being paid for. So that equates to in the region of 68 hours a week. Can you confirm that these numbers don't just include PAs but also include SPAs, which are supporting professional activities, and A&R's additional NHS responsibilities, or whether those additional units are also included within these numbers? Because if they're not included, you could have doctors here working 68 hours on, in respect of their PA allocation, but then also in terms of the other activities that they undertake, pushing that even higher again. So can you just confirm that the numbers he's given us today include SPAs, A&Rs and any other allocations and aren't just restricted to PAs themselves?
Yes, to reply.
Well, it would obviously be considerably concerning if that doctors were actively performing clinical activities at 60 hours a week within the hospital. But I will get the detail that the Honourable Member is seeking. I don't have that level of detail contained within the answer that I have been given. But as the former Minister will know, negotiations in this area continue and are continuing, and of course very much remain, as it stands at the moment at least, the domain of Manx Care and the board.
So to question 14, calling the Honourable Member from Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Health and Social Care what assessments have been made by the Department and by Manx Care of the impact of enacting the contingency plan, and if he'll publish those assessments.
Minister for Health and Social Care to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to my answer to the Honourable Member at last week's City of the House of Keys, the Department circulated details of Manx Care's ongoing cost improvement plan, additional Manx Care board approved mitigations and further contingency schemes that have been identified to Honourable Members. Manx Care have confirmed to the Department that impact assessments have been conducted for their cost improvement programme and board approved mitigations which have been or are being in the process of being implemented. Manx Care and the Department have not undertaken comprehensive assessments of the additional proposals included in the document shared. However, a high-level assessment has been undertaken of each proposal to support further discussion on Manx Care's Back to Balance plan. I would be happy to publish this information to Honourable Members in due course.
Supplementary, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for that commitment, but in due course, is that in a month, or could you give us any indication, please?
Minister.
As soon as possible, and this week, Mr. Speaker.
Turn to question 15, calling the Honourable Member for Arbroath Castellammaloo, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Infrastructure for how many people Bus Fanning has arranged bus driver training in each of the last 3 years, and of these, 1, how many gained their qualifications, 2, how many now work for Bus Fanning? A, full-time, B, part-time, and C, on a casual basis. Thank you.
Minister Phipps, to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From October 2021 to September 2022, 26 people undertook bus driver training. 8 were fully employed by Bus Fanning, 1 was employed part-time, and 16 were employed on a casual basis. From October 22 to September 23, there were 13 people who undertook bus driver training. 6 were fully employed by Bus Fanning, none were employed part-time, and 4 were employed on a casual basis. From October 23 to September 24, there were 11 people who undertook bus driver training. 8 were employed full-time by Bus Fanning, none were employed part-time, and 3 were employed on a casual basis. Thank you.
Question, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. The figures tend to get better in terms of the number of people who are actually training and being employed. In terms of the first figure given, that was 26 with 8 full-time, 1 part-time and 16 casual. Was the emphasis towards casual something that's been consistent throughout the period from that period until now, or are more switched towards casual over that period? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Minister to reply.
I don't think that's the case, Mr Speaker. I think they've just advertised for the jobs, and then as and when they've discussed it with the drivers, they've said, when they've come along, they've said whether they want to be full-time, part-time or casual basis, on a casual basis.
Mr Morehouse, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And thank you, Minister. Have all the people who've actually done the training course and succeeded been offered jobs? In the last year, not this year, in the middle year, there were 13 who passed and only 10 of them were actually in training, with 3 actually offered jobs, and likewise with the other 2 years. And thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr to reply.
I'm delighted to say, Mr Speaker, yes, offers were made to all of those that were completed their training.
Final supplementary, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. That's good news, Mr Minister. Thank you for the answer. How much has Bus Fanning invested in this type of training, and is it actually done in-house? And when assessing the reasons why the drivers have not gone for full-time and gone for casual, and why they've left the company, is there any clear indications of why that's happening? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Minister to reply.
Thank you very much. The elements required to train to be a driver are split between external and internal resource. Formal licensed driver training with our external contractor averages £375 per student. The other elements, such as the familiarisation, route learning, ticket training, etc., are completed as much as possible with the existing staff pool within house. Those that have left, I think he was asking for those that have left, or it's been for family reasons, or they've moved abroad and normally all gone to another job.
Number 16, calling the Honourable Member for Abercastan and Malou, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister for Infrastructure how much has been spent on planning a new Balfame roundabout. Thank you.
Call the Minister for Infrastructure to reply.
Very tempted to say nearly as much as spending time answering these questions, Mr Speaker, but I better hadn't. The Department has spent £46,967 to date planning and developing the design of the Balfame roundabout. This includes £10,305 for the junction appraisal and technical reports, and £35,876 for design development and £786 on the environmental and ecological surveys.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. That's nearly £50,000. What period does it cover? And going forward, does the Minister have an indication of how much will be spent if we actually get to the complete roundabout? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I've no idea when that actually started, Mr Speaker. I would imagine it's quite some time ago because this scheme has been around for a long time, and obviously we don't know when it's going to come to fruition, so I've got no end figure for that either.
10 to question 17, calling the Honourable Member for Douglas North, Mr Ashford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to ask the Minister for Infrastructure what responsibilities his department has in relation to flood risk management works as defined in Section 7 of the Flood Risk Management Act 2013, how those powers have been exercised over the last 10 years, when this Act was last reviewed and when it is next due for review.
Or the Minister for Infrastructure to reply.
Thank you again, Mr Speaker. The Department has extensive permissive powers to do works in order to manage flood risk whenever it considers that to be necessary. Section 7 of the Flood Risk Management Act 2013 provides a definition of FRM works to be an action for flood risk management of any nature or description. Since this is a far-reaching definition, some examples of relevant actions include providing new or improved flood protection, maintaining or restoring an area for FRM because of the effects of erosion or natural process relating to water, increasing or reducing an area's water level for FRM. The Department takes many matters into account before deciding where and how to exercise powers such as purpose of the works, cost, benefit, environmental duties, consideration in fisheries or planning permission for some examples. The Tynwald approved National Strategy on Sea Defence, Flooding and Coastal Erosion 2016, along with the Island Plan, provides a clear mandate for the Department. It is not possible, Mr Speaker, to give a comprehensive statement on how the powers have been exercised over the last 10 years,
but examples do include flood risk reduction work in Lexi and Douglas catchment areas, river channel management work on designated watercourse, and ditch management, ditch maintenance, gravel removal and tree removal from watercourses. The Flood Risk Management Act 2013 was last reviewed prior to its enactment. The Department has no plans at the moment to review it any further.
Mr Ashford.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. So since the Minister says there's no plans to review the Act, does that mean that the Minister's content that the Act works as appropriate? Can I ask the Minister, in the exercise of the powers over the last 10 years, what engagement has there actually been with private landowners in relation to flood risks to their land, potentially that isn't being caused by issues on their land, but being caused by issues on land abutting theirs?
Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I think the Act at the moment is as appropriate, and I think we're quite happy with what it does, and most people are happy that it gives us the powers to do what we need to do and to help them, if you like, as well. There are ongoing discussions with people, as the Honourable Member will know, not only close to his area, but also around the island as well. We do that regularly, and time again we go back to these people, because it's an ongoing issue, if you like. Things change as well, so we're regularly talking to people, Mr Speaker.
Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Minister talks about the Act being very permissive, giving the Department lots of powers to do things should it choose to do so. The concern I have actually is that the Department often chooses not to do so. And I think that's where I'm guessing this question is coming from. Has there been any conversations with local authorities, for example, like Ramsey, in recent years over the flood mitigation work that must be undertaken, that is required to be done in accordance with the Tynwald approved strategy, that actually has not yet been undertaken and for which there doesn't appear to have been a lot of progress in recent years?
Thank you very much. The permissive side of it is quite big, and things on that will come down to sort of the costings and providing what is the most important at the time, if you like, and being able to spend what we've got or using what we've got to spend in that year. Ongoing conversations with local authorities is had fairly regularly, and I believe there is a fairly big conversation going on up the north of the island, if I put it like that, in your area, up around the harbour and just outside of the harbour area.
Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could the Minister confirm how many direct employees he has ensuring the work that is defined in the Act is carried out? And also, with regards to prior to transfer from the MUA of these employees, there was no further works to be done on sewers, particularly in any part of the island, until the flood risk and the combined sewerage was fixed and sorted in Onken.
Minister to reply.
Thank you. I think I just missed the first part slightly, but I think it was asking for numbers within the department. I'll find out what those exact numbers are and pass those on to the Honourable Member.
Mr Ashford.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Honourable Member for Ramsey is still part of my supplementary, so it will save us a bit of time. The Minister states there that the permissive side of the Act is quite big. Well, in fact, it's actually pretty much the entire Act. In fact, if someone had £1 for every time the words may is mentioned in this Act, they'll be heard jangling away as they leave the chamber. So can I ask the Minister, one of the things that it says the authority may do is, for instance, publish strategies and carry out surveys of works required. Can I ask the Minister, has the Department been doing this, or have they decided that they may not do it?
Mr Speaker, I'm not entirely sure on that answer for the Honourable Member. I will have a look at that and have a conversation with the Honourable Member and come back to him on that with the answer.
Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Minister mentioned just now that they prioritise works based on how important they are and how much they cost. And again, it brings me back to the flood alleviation schemes that are required for Ramsey, because Ramsey Quayside is actually the #1 rated risk area for flooding on the Isle of Man, so it is right at the top of the list. So I don't expect the Minister to have this information to hand, but I'd be grateful if he could circulate perhaps an update on where that's up to, that piece of work, to honourable members, because I think if he's going to try and say we focus on the stuff that's the most important, that's going to be the most damaging, really you should be looking at the area that is identified by the government strategy as the #1 risk area for the island.
Minister.
More than happy to do that, Mr Speaker.
Mr Thomas.
Thank you very much. Would the Minister like to confirm that 6-7 years ago flood risk plans were prepared for all parts of the island? Indeed, Ramsey and Douglas are priorities. but a lot of the attention has been diverted to LACSI, and it's about time we got back to two things. First of all, dealing with the top 10 priorities, and secondly, making sure that people know that they have responsibilities for avoiding their property being flooded, rather than the government will come in and use public funds always, because I think there are 4,000 plus properties that are at risk from flooding, particularly in the north of the Isle of Man.
Minister.
Yeah, happy to agree with the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker. Keep doing that, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, a lot of money time and money has been spent in Laxey over the last 6 or 7 years, obviously since the flooding up there. There is work that has been going on, obviously in other places as well, Ramsey and Douglas, and we're looking at other places all the time. But yeah, Laxey has taken the brunt of it over the last 6 or 7 years for obvious reasons.
Mr. Ashford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what proactive engagement is done with landowners where risks are identified? Because a lot of this seems to be very, very reactive and actually responding after a problem has already been created. So can I ask what engagement has there been with private landowners around the island and the department working with them, being proactive to try and prevent the issues occurring in the first place?
Minister to reply.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. As much as I understand it, our officers are out and about quite a lot. They're obviously all over where the water courses and things as well. But they're obviously working with the planning department in DEFRA as well, looking at when planning applications are submitted in and around areas like we've talked about Ramsey, you know, the flood risk areas up there and stuff. But if the Honourable Member has any concerns that he has for certain areas, again, more than happy to talk to him and get those off him.
To question 18, call on the Honourable Member for Auburn Castamilio, Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Chair of the MUA whether at the public consultation for the Kelvai onshore wind farm project will meet the standards in the government consultation guidelines. Thank you.
Call on the Chairman of the Manchester Utilities Authority, Mr. Warrenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question and for agreeing to delay till this week. I can confirm the consultation process currently being undertaken by Manchester Utilities and consultants Wardle Armstrong is not a government consultation. It is a standard engagement process that supports a project's environmental impact assessment. In this case, that is the Kelvai onshore wind farm project. Stakeholder engagement is a formal part of the environmental impact assessment process. Manx Utilities and Wardle Armstrong are following standard guidance for environmental impact assessments and the requirements for an onshore wind farm planning application. To assist the questioner, government consultations on onshore wind and renewable energy have already been carried out by the Cabinet Office and Department of Environment, Food and Agriculture in support of their renewable energy proposals, and the outcomes of these consultations are publicly available on the Net Zero website. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On to Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. Given that the promotion is advertised as a consultation, and given that the MUA is part of the government, why wasn't it actually using the government recommended consultation guidelines to actually ensure this process was as good as it possibly could be, rather than use some alternative? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call on the Chairman to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is different because of the scale of this project. It is entirely different to what's gone on before, and given that we are working in partnership with Wardle Armstrong, we felt this was the best way to do it. And I would argue that in fact it has been up above and beyond the normal consultation process, which of course I'm sure the Honourable Member would agree is good news. Thank you.
Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair, for giving me a good old laugh there. In terms of following best practice, which the Chair is clearly trying to show us he's really focusing on, I'm slightly confused. I know he said that they aren't using the government consultation guidelines, but with regard to that document, he's suggesting a period of 8 to 12 weeks to actually cover such a process. In terms of the process that was carried out by the MUA, it was over a matter of days. And, you know, in terms of the process, from it beginning to ending, we're looking at roughly a 3-week period when many people are actually off island. How can the chair justify that when he's actually trying to bring all the people along with him and actually let everyone have a say? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 8 to 10 days he's referring to is indeed the public roadshows that we've just done. And while we're on that, we've had over 700 people engage with that. And that's 700 people who've gone and participated and heard what the experts, Wardle Armstrong, and what the executive of MUA have said. Now that is separate to any online consultation, which of course is interfacing as well. And in fact, we're taking feedback right up until probably halfway through next year. So it is not just the last 8 to 10 days. It is significantly longer and has been far more intensive than a standard engagement. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Worsham, Dr Hayward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to stand up to see the look of fear in the chair's eyes. Actually, I'd like to commend, I visited the consultation in Peel on Saturday, and I anticipated I would be there maybe half an hour. In fact, there was so much information and there was so much engagement going on that I want to commend the MUA for actually doing such a thorough job at consultation and for doing in excess of what government would have usually managed to do. I'd like to ask the chair if he would agree to publicise the link, because the online response form is still there and is still live and carries on to the 11th of November. If he would agree to do a little bit more publicity around that, just to make sure that people know that they can still have their say.
I will certainly do that, and she has stolen my thunder somewhat, because I need to place on record my thanks to all the hard-working MUA officials who have given up more than just their normal working job, time in their working job in the last week or so to go out and meet the public, and there has been a significant effort by all of the team, and I hope that the public will see how serious we are when it comes to engaging. It has to be done at the right time. I know people wanted it done before, but it has to follow the process, and that has been done successfully. So yes, I will publish the link to all the members of the House, and I would encourage those of you who did turn up to complete the form, and those of you who didn't. I'm sure everybody has a view on this. Mr. Peters, I'm sure you have a view as well. And we need to hear what everybody says on this. It's a critical piece of infrastructure for our island and for giving us sustainable energy solutions in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my concerns is that there's been some attempt to actually inform and educate people regarding the proposals, but it's all been rather limited. With the example of inviting us to go up to their quarters to see it, it was actually on the Thursday before the event, and that was at 4:27 in the afternoon, so it's a short period of time. In terms of contacting the local residents, it's covered quite a small area, and while some residents have received 4 letters, others have received no letters. So in terms of ticking boxes, the MUA is clearly doing that, but in terms of doing this in a thorough way, is the chairman happy that it is being done as well as it could be done? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say I take exception to what the Honourable Member is implying. It has absolutely been done the correct way. The project, the sessions have been advertised throughout the day on all 3 local radio stations, advertised in local papers, reported in local media, shared on social media, displayed on digital public screens, and the leaflet drop has been done by Isle of Man Post Office. And I would assure that Mr. Peters would agree that that has probably been done to the best of their ability as well. So I'm absolutely satisfied that we have reached every person, and that we have had one-to-one engagement processes with the people living closest to the Erie Stain project. That has happened, it is happening, and is still scheduled to happen. We do need everyone, as I say, to contribute, please. Thank you.
Supplementary question, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wonder, would the Chair confirm what he's going to do with the information that's been gathered? The CEO of Manx Utilities was on the radio saying that they've heard lots of feedback, they're gathering it, they're gathering their thoughts. When will that be published so the public can see what all that feedback is?
Chairman to reply.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Member for her question, and it is absolutely our intention to publish everything all in due course. Thank you.
Supplementary question, Dr Hayward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wonder if I could ask the Chair, there were several questions that were coming up repeatedly, and I'm sure if he speaks with the excellent crew that he had staffing these roadshows, he would probably indicate to him what those questions were. Whether there's some value he feels in publishing a frequently asked questions update now, so that that information and some of that misinformation that's around there that's been corrected can be out in the public as soon as possible, rather than us waiting for the end of the survey.
Chairman to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And in fact, that is already the case on the website. There are frequently asked questions. They are listed. And it's continually being updated. Thank you.
Then to question 19, calling the Honourable Member for Douglas Central, Mrs Corbett.
Mr Speaker, I asked the Minister of Education, Sport and Culture what plans her department has for the Park Road site.
Call on the Minister for Education, Sport and Culture to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As previously stated in this place, the department has a requirement for a two-form entry primary school within Central Douglas. The former Park Road School site remains a viable site for part of this development. However, the land does not match the requirements needed to accommodate a two-form entry school. The department continues to believe that in order to provision a two-form entry school within the Douglas area, a two-form entry junior school could be provisioned on the Park Road site with the equivalent two-form entry infant school on the Jubilee infant site. On its own, the Park Road site is not sufficient for a two-form entry primary school, but it could be part of the solution as a two-form entry junior school. The department is of the opinion that these facilities are required in Central Douglas to allow minimal travel and enable children to walk to school, whilst ensuring that the site is utilised outside the school day for sports and other activities during evenings and weekends. The department is in the process of developing a positioning paper to this effect for submission. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Question, Mrs Court.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just like to ask the Minister, does she have any timescales for these plans? It's been an empty site for a long time, and the last time I asked this question, I think the Minister said that there was no possibility of a school being put on the site. So I just wonder, is this a definite plan, or is there some intention at some point to release this site for alternative use?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I can't say there's a definite plan because the department's doing a positioning paper, and any scheme would have to go through relevant capital scheme process. I can confirm, as I said, that the department's current thinking is that this would be the optimal site for a two-form entry split site school between Jubilee and Park Road, which would ultimately free up Murray's Road site school for other use. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Question, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So Park Road was demolished in 2013. Here we are in 2024. Back in December 2023, it was stated at that time, actually by myself, that the next steps would be reported early 2024. Can the Minister confirm what has happened between February and now? And there was previous positioning papers saying that the site needed retained for education. Is that still the case?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I can inform honourable members that the department has engaged with officers from the Department of Infrastructure and Treasury and external providers in order to understand available sites and their suitability. We've considered other sites, and we are undertaking school utilisation studies within the department, while also condition surveys that the DOI is hopefully going to complete for us in the early part of next year. But this is the current thinking of the department, and we will be making that submission when we've gathered all the information. But it is the current thinking that this is the current site. We're unable to move any faster because there are other priorities and other building capital schemes, as the honourable member will be aware. We are moving forward as quickly as we can with the staff resources available within the department.
Question, Ms Farragher.
Lorida. I think, as another honourable member alluded to, that answer was almost word for word the answer that I received nearly a year ago. Could the Minister maybe confirm how long has the department been working on this positioning paper for? Thank you.
Minister to reply.
Sorry, I don't know how long the department's been working on it. I sense a number of years, and it is a strategic look at all the sites within Douglas to get the optimal school estate for the island. It's certainly been on the agenda since I've been in the department in February, but as I said, there are a number of competing pieces of work that the department is juggling with limited resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On to Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. The Minister has used the phrase positioning papers, submissions. To whom will those positioning papers or submissions be made? Will it be to Treasury, to Council of Ministers, to Tynwald? Where will they go? And secondly, the Minister has used the concept that this is the optimal site in comparison to other sites. What other sites have been considered? So, for instance, the Park Road school site, including the former Bowling Green pub, is 0.84 hectares in size, which is too small for a two-form entry school. But the Westmoreland Village site, which again is right in the middle of Douglas and very suitable for walking to, is 1.56 hectares in size. So wouldn't it be a good idea to consider this new two-form entry school in central Douglas on the Westmoreland Village site rather than on the Park Road school site, including the Bowling Green pub?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the first part of the question, the positioning paper, my understanding is that goes to Treasury when we have firmed up the department's reasoning behind this. In terms of other sites that have been considered, the department's considered land adjacent to the Department of Home Affairs headquarters and parcels of land on Victoria Road in the vicinity of police headquarters. However, considering the distance of the sites from the centre of Douglas, the department continues to believe that in order to provision two-form entry school, albeit on a split site area, that a junior school could be provisioned within the Park Road site. The department has transferred ownership that we had the interest within the Domain Road site and also Tynwald Street site, and the focus that we have now is on the available sites for the future provision of education sites in that part of Douglas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is not where we're going to put a school in Douglas, it's what's the plans for the Park Road site. Next supplementary question, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has talked quite clearly that it is the department's plan, the department's preference to use this site. My concern actually is surely the strategic allocation of land should be a government-wide question. So surely government, as a broader picture, should be making a decision as to what is the most appropriate use of the Park Road site, especially seeing, as the Minister has quite openly accepted, this site is not ideal for a two-form entry school and would require a split site for that sort of thing to be developed. So can she just provide some reassurance, really, that when they're talking about the department's view, is this a siloed department wanting to do the thing that it wants to do, or is this a government view that says the government believes Park Road is the right site for this school on a split site basis, as opposed to saying developing Park Road into housing and placing a two-form entry school somewhere else, maybe on government-owned land or maybe on land that could be acquired for that purpose? Could you just confirm this isn't just an exercise in futility with the department making siloed decisions around land allocation when really it should be a government question?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always in discussion with government and government looking at all the various assets, and in terms of the department is focused on what is the best use of that site, and it is very keen to retain it, as I've described, for a split site school, because that is considered the best option that we have within the available land that is vacant within Douglas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister talked about the school utilisation report. It's been ongoing for 2 years now. Can she give a date for completion and publishing of that, please? Does she still have a Director of Estates working with her? And will she publish the finalised strategic sites map that was issued for Douglas for school sites?
In the context of the Park Road site, which is the nature of the question, Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's asking about the school estate, the condition surveys. I think we're in the hands of the DOI to complete the available school estate, and that hopefully is coming by the end of April.
It's the school's utilisation.
The school utilisation, there's two studies going on. Sorry, the school utilisation study, the department, I believe in the department plan, it's the target's 8. We're hopeful that we will have that completed by the end of July. And we will continue to work with SACIT and other across government to get the best solution we can for Park Road site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Thomas.
Thank you very much. Can the Minister confirm that I'm not sure it is actually the Department of Education's job to use land properly, but it is the Department of Education's job to make sure there is a 2-form entry school in the right place for where people have children who need to go to school. So can the Minister confirm that the area plan for the East requires the Department of Education to say it has an alternative site before anything can be used on that, can be done with that site, because we need a place for a 2-form entry school, and we'd all look very stupid if we had kids in a place with no school.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with Mr. Thomas. It would be an inefficient use for government to develop all the available land and then have nowhere for all the children living in those houses to go to school in the local area. So in terms of the department's job and what is in the area plan for the East, I have to confess it's several years since I read the area plan for the East, but I take it, seeing Mr. Thomas is suggesting that it is, and it's in everybody's interest that we enable the best use of the site, looking strategically at planning for the town of Douglas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We turn to question 20. Call on the Honourable Member for Uppercastle Town Maloo, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister for Infrastructure whether the Department of Infrastructure last asked Alamanna Energy to reassess the charging bans for residents of sheltered and communal accommodation. Thank you.
On the Minister for Infrastructure to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department does not have any powers to ask the Isle of Man Energy, formerly Manx Gas, to reassess its tariffs. The setting of gas tariffs is a matter for Isle of Man Energy through Section 6 of the Gas Regulation Act 1995, which states the tariffs to be charged by a public gas supplier for the supply of gas must be in accordance with such tariffs as may be fixed from time to time by it. The Communications and Utilities Regulatory Authority, CURA, has powers to set parameters within which a public gas supplier may fix tariffs in accordance with which the supplier may charge for supplying gas by regulations under Section 6 brackets 2 of the Gas Regulation Act 1995. The Department of Infrastructure has powers in relation to the secondary reselling of gas, which it has not exercised. However, the Department is not aware that gas is being resold in sheltered or communal accommodation, so these powers are not applicable to the question being asked. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr Morehouse, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for such a detailed answer. Earlier this month, Ramsey and Northern District Housing Committee said it was in contact with Alamanna Energy to try to find a more suitable tariff. Given the situation, were DOI able to provide any advice or support in carrying out that request? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reply.
I'm sure if we're able to, we have or would help, Mr. Speaker, if we're asked to.
Supplementary, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's just said that they're not aware of any organisation reselling gas, but actually the local authorities are charging individual residents in sheltered accommodation individually for their gas. So surely there is a duty and responsibility on the department. But with regards to, particularly in Onken, they're on a commercial rate rather than a residential rate. And surely that's in the best interest for all of our residents in sheltered accommodation to look at that to make sure they're on a domestic tariff, not a commercial tariff.
Minister's reply.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, Mr. Speaker, but I'm happy to take that with the Honourable Member afterwards and take it forward if we can.
Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regard to the tenants in shelter and communal accommodation under the umbrella of DOI, is there any indication of how many there actually are who are in these establishments that are paying commercial rates for the gas which they're using? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister's reply.
The Department of Infrastructure does not operate sheltered or communal housing. The Department does have, though, 2 residential blocks of flats with 16 flats and 17 flats in the other that use a communal biomass heating system. The heating system of these properties has a backup gas boiler which will occasionally be used if the biomass system is out of service. Manx Gas charge the Department for the gas at a commercial rate.
Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister was in government at the time. There was government policy that all new installations in any of the local authority premises had to be gas. So we've now got a situation where they're having to pay commercial gas rates as a tenant in a local authority property. Does the Minister consider that that policy was wrong at the time, and whether they can look at some energy efficient way to provide energy and heating to our elderly in these complexes?
Minister to reply.
We're slightly expanding the question here, Mr Speaker, but I'm happy to take that with the Honourable Member afterwards and see if we can follow up.
Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think the key issue here is that this is local authority housing, which does come under DOI ultimate control. And we've got vulnerable and elderly people, often with low incomes, who are expected to pay £2,500 roughly a year for their heating in very small units. Does the Minister recognise that is causing real concern for some of these tenants who are having to consider other accommodation because of the rent and this additional charge? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As far as I'm aware, the heating and all the costs are in with what they pay for rent, so if the Honourable Member's got any issues again with any local constituents, please come and talk to me and we'll follow those up.
Turn to question 21, a call on the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Infrastructure what steps he is taking and what support is being made available to help resolve the issues at the Northern Amenity site to secure the long-term operation of the facility.
On the Minister for Infrastructure to reply.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Honourable Member for his timely question, because he'll be well aware there's a meeting, I think he'll be well aware, there's a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks, which he and I and lots of others will be going to, following a letter from the Northern Civic Amenity Sites Committee in respect of Bride Commissioners withdrawing funding from the Civic Amenity Site. The Department wrote in reply to the committee, the Department advised the Northern Civic Amenity Site Committee on the process that it should follow should disagreement arise. The letter also advised that the Department has no obligation in respect of the operation of the civic amenity sites, and that the Department would be disappointed if the Northern local authorities decided to close the facility. However, that would be a decision for the local authorities and not the Department. The Department has told the Northern Civic Amenity Site Committee that the shortfall of £67,000 caused by Bride deciding to withdraw its funding cannot be met from the Department's budget. With regards to rate setting for 25-26, the Department has advised that it would be prudent for all the constituent authorities to make provision to cover the cost of running the site, plus an uplift to cover the inflation and unexpected costs. Mr Speaker, thank you.
Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's gratifying to hear the Minister is at least engaged in the conversations around this. My understanding is the Northern site is operated under licence from the Department of Infrastructure. Can the Minister confirm what would happen to the site if the Northern Committee did decide to hand that licence back to the Department? Would they be obliged to continue operating the site?
Minister to reply.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Not without a clear and legal binding funding mechanism from all the local authorities to contribute to the full running costs, the Department will not take over the operation of the site, but hopefully it won't come to that, and at this meeting on the 13th we'll be able to find some way forward, if not before. My officers are working with those up north and trying to find a solution to this as we talk, Mr Speaker.
Honourable Members, that concludes the business on our order paper today. The House now stands adjourned until our next sitting, which will be on Tuesday, 5th of November 2024. Thank you.